Need to play it though. I'm not very good at Zomboid, but I do enjoy playing it quite a bit. There comes a certain zen to that game. But yes, hello Calais. We're going over zombie games today, but first I need to do a little bit of a. We need to talk about zombies real fast. Let's just talk about about zombies for a minute. I would say there was a period of time around 2012 to about 2018. I would say about 2018, 2019, a good long time there. Where 2010, Jesus, where you had this like zombie craze. Everything was zombies. You were zombies. I were zombies. Everything was zombie of some variety. There were such an absurd number of zombie media at a time. You know, you might remember things like World War Z. You might think about, oh, I remember this thing. It had Brad Pitt in it, and with Brad Pitt looking very confused. But it's kind of difficult to like really put it all together, but like there was so much like zombie media, and it's not even things like movies or shows or something. No, like one of the issues is you also had games, because you also had things like Left 4 Dead. You know, you had Left 4 Dead 2, for example. You had the absolute explosive rise, mind you, explosive rise of COD zombies. Like this entire thing, what started out as kind of like a little fun horde defense mode quickly escalated into like a third of the reason that people bought Call of Duty. Like, it's just like, here's COD Zombie. Everything had zombies. You had zombies, I had zombies. Everything was zombies. There's a few reasons for this. Yeah, I think everyone's kind of got a different theory on why the zombie craze was there. Predates that. Even that, yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the idea of like Left 4 Dead 2, but there's a reason Left 4 Dead 2 stayed around as long as it did. Hell, it even got more popular after a while. There was Back 4 Blood. That was the other one. Back 4 Blood. Anyone remember Back 4 Blood? Yeah. Anyone remember this one? I remember. But there were so many different zombie franchises and media and things making fun of zombies. It got a little bit too much. People say it kind of ended with World War Z in about 2013. I would say it kind of, we saw the last gasps by about 2018. And this is kind of, it's interesting to kind of think about if you really do. You can say like, okay, why was this the case? Some people were making like, oh, well, zombies are a metaphor for things. Other people were like, oh, well, Walking Dead was popular, and there's 100 different factors that went into it, but generally speaking, zombies were big. Left 4 Dead 2 came out in 2008. Jesus Christ, it's been 800 years. It's been 7,000 years since Left 4 Dead 2 came out. Left 4 Dead 2 is like, the thing is like Left 4 Dead 2 is like fucking like Team Fortress 2. It will never die. It has seen the rise and fall of so many different games that tried to be what it is, and it all died. Yeah, people will play Left 4 Dead 2 until the end of the cosmos. Exactly. If I can have, fucking Rimu, the entire half the cast of Tutu blasting zombies, but they're all actually Elmos or whatever, then yeah. Yeah, the stand, not the stand. That's a completely different thing. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that zombies were kind of everywhere. Don't you think us TTRPG folks were safe from the zombie horde? But interestingly enough, when you kind of talk about zombie TTRPGs, you don't get that much. Like, you really don't get that many different kinds of games. Like, you see things like, oh, After Zombies. All right, never seen that one. Like, usually what happens is everyone kind of goes back to All Flesh Must Be. All Flesh Must Be is a fairly old game at this point. Came out a long time ago. Uses the Unisystem. We've talked about Unisystem before, but I never made a video on it. But the thing with All Flesh Must Be Eaten is very simple. Legitimately, every single zombie type is in that game. Every single one. And that's kind of the funny part with it. Recently, though, you've seen things like the Walking Dead universe role-playing game, because that needs to exist for some reason. Come On's been making a lot of moves recently as well. There are... How do I want it? There are a lot of zombie games. Are they good? Well, debatably speaking, because I think one of the issues is that zombies by themselves are not actually good. Zombies are like a fucking staple in like a vast majority of like fantasy RPGs. Like a vast majority of like fantasy RPGs, you could say, like, have zombies somewhere in them. If they don't have zombies in them, they're going to be zombies somewhere in them. And present and pop, but it didn't go insane till like, yeah, it was always present and popular, but it didn't go insane until about the early 2010s. That's what I'd say, kind of like the zombie mania. I'm not saying like zombies weren't a thing until then. No, zombies were a thing, because you get things like in the early 2000s saw kind of a resurgence in it. Because that's when you had like 28 Days Later and things like that. Like 28 Days Later, because people say like, oh, 28 Days Later isn't a zombie movie, it's an infected movie. Because it's different, because they fucking sprint in this one. Like, yeah, but kind of like you see the 28 Days Later and its subsequent sequels. When did this come out? It came out in 2002. Jesus. But you see a lot of these kind of games. A lot of these movies, these shows that came out at this kind of around, again, it comes in waves. I think we'll see another round of zombie stuff here in a couple of years, probably, but not anytime soon, mostly because of COVID. Honest to God, COVID probably isn't going to make anything zombie-related very fun. But yes, you kind of saw a lot of these things. 28 Weeks Later was a weird sequel. 28 Days Later, a lot of new friends to fantasy games assume zombies follow Walking Dead rules where they're infectious. Yeah. Which are either mind control people or actual corpses raised by some voodoo warlock. Yeah, like, that's like one of the beautiful things about that's one of the beautiful things about like All Flesh Must Be Eaten, is that you can have voodoo zombies, but you can also have infected zombies. You can have magic zombies, for God's sakes. Yeah, you can have a little bit of anything there. But yes, we're going to go over some zombie games. Because zombie games are fascinating, and I want to talk about them a little bit. So let's bring up what I need. You would think I would, like, open up the folder ahead of time, but I didn't, because I'm silly. I'm a fool. I know nothing. So, the games we're going to be going over today. We're going to be going over... come on, folder. There we go. Come on, baby. We're going to go over Pathogen Unclassified. Thought that looked a little bit... I'm like, alright, interesting. We're going to go over Infected! Exclamation point. You gotta make sure to add the exclamation point. It's not infectedal like I thought it was at first. It's infected! Exclamation point. We're gonna go over Dystopia Rising, which Dystopia Rising is not going to be a very long part of the video, long part of this stream, because it's fucking World of Darkness, but it's kind of it's Storyteller, but it's a very different version of Storyteller. It's kind of a weird, it's very weird. I don't know if it's a good weird or a bad weird. It's going to be very much what's your taste. Weird. And of course, I think my showstopper, you could say, welcome to Red Markets. Also, this cover betrays a lot. But yes, welcome to Red Markets. This is the game of economic horror. As you can tell. You get it, everyone. But yeah, a game of economic horror. These are our 4 games. I had another one called All Things Zombies. This one was kind of like, I thought about doing it, but then I realized, like, oh, it's kind of a war game thing. I might do it as its own independent thing. It kind of depends on the situation. I thought about it, but I'm like, you know what? Maybe not. Yeah, these are our 4 games. What do we want to start with? What's poppin'? What do we want to work with? I'm all ears. I have a strange feeling. I know what you're all going to say. So I'm already getting ready for it, but I may as well leave it up to chance because I believe in the free market. Can't even say that. I find it funny more than anything, let's just say. Get everything set up here. Let's end on Red Markets. Alright, let's end on Red Markets. And we've got a manly, no less. So hello, let's say hello to Zombie Manly. Truly one of my proudest creations. Perfect. He's gorgeous. I spent a long time working on Zombie Manly. Oh, get that. So, we're gonna start with Pathogen, alright? We'll start with Pathogen Contagion. So, Pathogen Unclassified. Apocalyptic survival horror. Dun dun dun. Oh my god, you gotta get the right voice in it. Dun dun dun. Yeah, so what is Pathogen Unclassified? Well, this is one of those games where you look at, the more you look into it, the more you're just vaguely confused. This is Pathogen Unclassified. Copper Seller came out all the way in 2017. Yes, 2017. I was like, Zam, this thing's fucking old, relatively speaking. It's 6 years old. So I'm like, okay, what has John M. Barfield worked on? All right, John, what have you worked on? Tell me more, John. Tell me more. Oh, you've worked on 2 games. All right, Spy, a game of action and espionage, and this Pathogen game. I'm like, all right. Okay, nothing much there. Wonder what Polyhedral Knights have worked on. Oh, Polyhedral Knights got a lot of games. By Mickey Barfield. Mickey Barfield. Where was the one that I saw that I was like, wait a moment. Wait a goddamn moment. All of these are written effectively by the same person, John Barfield, as you kind of see. Again, you gotta think about it like, this is John M. Barfield. His name is probably John Michael Barfield. And he was just, sometimes he just changes his name. It's very confusing. But yeah, this is pretty much his, like, one-man army. I'm getting something dinged on my account. What's... Parallel Publishing. I got a free game from these guys. We're actually going over this game. Fun fact. I swear, we're going over this game, guys. Please. I needed to make it for the right time. This is Polyhedral Knight, affordable role-playing games, many genres, easy to learn, and fun to play, challenging the big companies. I'm like, oh, all right, let's see what's in their shop. Nothing really. You have a couple of these games. I do have Wicked Pax. Wicked Pax is somewhere. I'm like, all right, okay, easy enough to understand. You have Wastelanders Garfield, guidebook by Mickey Garfield, Mickey Barfield, if I can fucking spell his name right. generally speaking, when you talk about any of these things, this is the only thing that pops up is Mickey Barfield or some of his Kickstarter stuff. The game we actually went over, though, is right here, Pathogen. Pathogen was way back in yesteryear. It wanted $2,000 and it made $2,800. This is it. There are no stretch goals really. There are no anything really. You just get it. Let's see. There were 6 people who bought the full game. Bunch of luck tokens, a deck of NPC and plot cards, and Mickey the creator. So you see, like, it's Mickey. I don't know why he has like 3 different names, why he goes by them. I don't know. Seems it was perfectly reasonable. Nothing bad happened. We've actually talked about them a little bit because of this one, Renegade City. I remember looking at Renegade City and I was like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, this is Renegade City in Voorhees City. Do you get it? Do you see what we're slightly inspired by here? Yeah. What these guys do is make these relatively cheap games, very simple, very easy to kind of get into. And that's what they do. And they say, give me 25 bucks and it's all yours. I'm like, all right, you want to buy their Cyberpunk version? We've got the Cyberpunk game. Hey, you want to buy the Pirates one? We got it. You want to buy a completely different thing? Go for it. That's just what they do. Nothing really bad to say. I couldn't really find anything on it. I haven't found that he's like secretly a cannibal or something. No, just a nice, reliable guy whose entire business model is, let's just make some weird games. And I'm like, all right, I'm in. I like you, sir. You're doing your job. However, Pathogen Unclassified. Pathogen Unclassified. Fuck. Yeah, they're just reliable and very cheap. And if I was going to summarize Pathogen Unclassified, it would be very cheap. So, apocalyptic survival horror, all these different people, edited by Richard Kelly, John Barfield. You kind of see John M. Barfield. Again, his name is John Michael Barfield, so I don't know why he has the 3 different names. It fucks everything up. We got some Russian representation in here, have no fear. My favorite, the game uses the John M. Barfield role-playing system, developed by John M. Barfield. Yeah. There's Kickstarter backers. So, what's the basic gist of the story here? There's a zombie outbreak. This is 3 years after. But have no fear, the zombie outbreak was kind of caused by a company called the Gaia Life Solutions. Oh no. It was... Gaia Life Solutions is effectively Umbrella. They are super Umbrella. That's, yeah, before that time, who speculated about just how civilization would fall. Horrible plague. It's a parasite in this version. It's effectively 28 days later. It's 28 days later more than shambling corpses. There are different kinds of infected, but they're not really that different. Yeah, it's like everything is part of the hive. The hive. But at kind of at their core, they're parasite zombies that want to eat you. Oopsie doopsie, there's Gaia Life. Do you see? You can tell they're evil because they have gas masks and MP5s. Their only evil people use the MP5. Right, Germany? Dun dun dun. Now really think about it. Think of the last, like, good guy who used an MP5. Think about it. When was the last nice person you saw use an MP5 that was not stolen off by a bad guy? So, I said good guy. Soap is British. My ass is heavy. Soap is British. He can't be a good guy. Yeah, top. Strangely, in the outbreak, they were quick to take the role of humankind's savior. Reclamation centers swift to spring up across various cities, complete with walls and fully armed troops. Yeah, they're Umbrella. So we go straight into what do we need to do? What are we actually doing in this game? So, anytime you want to do anything, you're going to roll a single die. Yes, this is a single die game, sort of. So let's bring up our boy. Let's bring up Pathogen right here, of course. I brought in Henry Tudor. Say hello to Henry Tudor, everyone. Our one-man British army. I thought that was the most British-looking man I could gen. So it's like, oh, all right. You know, we got all our various skills, got our various abilities here. I'm like, all right, let's do this. We are, in fact, a fat bastard with a leader archetype. We're very charismatic. So, how does this actually work? Effectively, whatever your skill level is, along with the difficulty. So let me bring up this chart here. So let's say I want to make an average check. Okay, average, and I have a skill level of 2. So what I need to do is take that die and roll over a 6. So for example, let's say I have to make a intelligence check for jury rig, and it's going to be average. Average jury rig check. Average jury rig. I'm going to then take my D12 and roll. I rolled an 11. Good job. I succeed. That's it. That is how it works. If someone doesn't have a skill, GM is willing to allow the skill. They may treat the skill as being level 1 and add +2 to the target number. So kind of in the idea here is if I need to make a barter merchant check, for example, it could be, hey, barter merchant, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be, instead of being an 8, it's going to be a 10. So I'm going to take my D20, and roll. I rolled a 16. I would have succeeded on it because I'm just that charismatic. Having a skill makes things a lot easier. Got to see here, you can go all the way up to 5 in a skill, but there is technically this little chart here. That really summarizes... That really kind of summarizes a vast majority of the actual system. It's not difficult to learn. When you get the critical rolls is when things start getting weird. So, the entire idea is that if you roll the highest number possible, they get to roll a second time. If they hit their target number a second time, they consider to get a critical success. So, for example, let's say I ended up with... let's say again, tough with skill, let's say an average skill 2, we'll use the same thing, I'll roll my D12 again, and let's say I rolled a 12. Oh, well, I'm going to roll again. And if I roll over my value, I crit. If I don't roll under my value, I don't fail, I just don't crit. This does lead to an interesting situation with when you have very little die. When you have a very small die, suddenly you can crit more frequently, but it's harder to crit. Indirectly, it becomes harder to crit. You know, firearm skill 3, go their modifier, roll 5 or higher, rolls a d10, gets a 10, rolls again, it's a critical hit. Roll a 1, if you roll... Now, this also goes for critical failures, so if I roll like, oh no, I rolled a 1. Then you're going to roll again, and if you roll under the target number, you also critically fail. So having a smaller die in a situation also leads to more critical failures. It's an interesting dynamic. I think it's kind of neat. The way that it's worded is a little bit clunky, but it's also appears to be... This game also appears to be written in Microsoft Publisher. So sometimes when you fight against one another, just roll higher than the other. That's effectively how it boils down to. However, what you can do is you have to declare the you have to declare the difficulty. They could raise the difficulty as much as they want. They roll and know how much they make or miss their roll. So if I could say, hey, difficulty is going to be tough on this, and I have a skill of 2, so about with my d20, I'm going to roll. I roll an 18. Okay, no, you have to make a tough check. With this, you have to make a tough check. Try to beat my value. It's kind of a weird way of going about it, but I kind of understand it. So, we straight into Survivor creation. We are on page 11 of 159, mind you. We do kind of hit the ground running with this game. Doesn't really spend that much time with lore because it doesn't need to. You already kind of know what you're doing. What you're going to be doing is assigning dice to everything. You get 2d10s, 2d12s, d8, and d20. Doesn't seem like a lot. You're like, oh wow, that doesn't seem very good at all, until you realize what the difficulties are, and like having a d8 is really spooky, because suddenly anything above like average becomes kind of a gamble. You know, having a d20 does make you really good at doing your one thing. A lot. I don't know why they give you a d20 right off the bat, but yes, you do get a d20 right off the bat. And then you get 38 points to spread around. I wanted to make Pro here, Mr. Henry Tudor. I wanted to make him a little bit more charismatic, so I ended up putting points into cool, to fast talk, persuasion, a little bit of read person. He's good at reflexes, though. I will say that. He does have some melee. He's got some dodge in there. Always take some melee and dodge, please. Little bit of everything around. He doesn't have many intelligence skills, but he likes to rely on what he has. And he is not very, he can't really read people very well. But he's got that 3 there, so he's hoping like I'm gonna try to coast off my one skill that I have. Even if you have like one skill with a low die, you still have a good chance of succeeding on some checks. Like an average check, I need to roll above a 5 or a d8. That's not impossible. That's not like, oh, well, this is never going to happen. It's not likely, but it's not like impossible. Oh, goodness. So, they talk about archetypes. They're not going to talk about archetypes till a little bit later, but these are fairly very standard stuff. Strength gets you hand-to-hand bonuses or damage bonuses in general. Brawling, climbing, wrestling. You could technically also take the lift skill. Yes, lift is actually a skill that you need to take. If you want to carry things, grab some lift. You're going to need it. You need to get those deadlifts in. You need to you have to get on that Sisyphus grind set. If you're not on the Sisyphus grind set, you're not going to have some fun. Things are going to go real bad real fast. So get on the grind, everyone. So, heavy melee weapons, improvised weapons. Reflexes, kind of the same thing, nothing too weird. The only odd one is martial arts. They split actually hand-to-hand combat. I want to punch you in the face between brawling and martial arts. Brawling is, I want to use melee. I want to use, strength. I want to punch you really hard. Martial arts is you use kung fu, therefore you use dexterity instead. That's how you determine things. Do not pick both, pick one or the other. That's all you really need to know. It's also kind of interesting because melee is in dex. Like dexterity here, like reflexes in general. Like reflexes, if you want to be a good combatant, you're going to be in strength and you're going to take reflexes. And you're also going to have some health. But generally speaking, you don't need to have like... If you want to be a combat guy, you kind of already have a build set up for you. You know exactly where your dice are going to go. If you don't want to play a combat guy, there are things you can do. But it's still, not as easy. Dodge is the best. You may be wondering why is dodge the best skill in the game? Because it allows you to survive not dying. Because almost all combat is actually opposed. And so when I declare, oh, well, I'm going to attack you, and oh, well, I'm going to dodge you, dodging actually lets you set the difficulty for them a lot higher. So let's say, for example, I have a dodge of 3. Anything they do, if I say, hey, I want to dodge is now going to be a tough difficulty for them to hit me. Which doesn't seem like a lot, but that's better than an easy difficulty or no difficulty to hit me. But yeah, it's one of those things you look at it like, oh, because it's also one of the very few things, you can't parry, you can't block a ranged attack exactly. Yeah. Which attackers are going to be actually get penalties based on it. Dodge is weird, but dodge is also essential. You need dodge. Always have more dodge. It's never a bad thing to have dodge. And then it's like, here's the drive, here's the stealth section, here's the health section. Endurance is not... I would say endurance and hardened could be together a little bit. But the idea is that endurance is your physical endurance, how long you can last doing something, how much you can resist it. Hardened is your ability to shrug off damage. Anytime you get hit with an attack, you can try to shrug off some of it. Yeah, this is like a completely different ability pretty much. So anytime you're going to be making a hardened skill save. Yeah, so let's say, for example, I take 3 damage. Uh-oh, ow. I'm going to take my hardened to 4. And it's going to be a tough check with 4, and I need to roll a d10 over 5. I rolled a 10. Let's roll again. Wow, I crit, everyone. That means I don't take 2 damage because of this. Why? It just does. Same with like resist pain and torture. There are... How do I want to word this? Imagine this fist being fucking jacked. Does it let you pick both? Yeah. You can dump points into any of these things. It does treat all of them effectively equally. The only thing is you can only raise a single skill up to 5. Character creation anyway, but yeah, you can put points into anything you want. So if you want to put 5 in hardened, 4 in endurance, 4 in, paid endurance, or 4 in running, 4 in swimming, you can. Don't. Like, you'd be impossible to kill, but you don't. Yeah, you are able to do that. They don't really discriminate, so you can be incredibly enduring, but not be able to resist any damage, or not be able to, run for more than 5 minutes, but be able to shrug off a bullet. It's kind of weird. I get what they're doing. Oh boy, I sure do love taking skill levels and resist CBT. Yeah, take your resist CBT. You fucking resist CBT skill and enjoy it. But yeah, they even have things like swim, where you don't think that it's weird, but then you think that it is also strange. Or even running. I don't know where this was in this guy's fucking thing. Yeah, let's talk about running for a second. So, most of the time, what you can do is you can boost speed. So what you want to do, so if you're running, so let's say I'm making my average, like oh no, I need to run over here and try to get out of the way. You can try to boost your speed. So if you succeed at the difficulty, you get an extra amount of boost to your speed. Why? I don't know, but if you fail this check, you actually take damage. So you can actually take like 2, if you boost for 2 actions, or boost to 2 turns, and you fail your running skill check, you're taking damage, but you're also being able to possibly fail at boosting. Yeah, running is kind of weird. This is one of those mechanics where I'm like, I felt you feel like you were really clever writing this. Don't do that. Stop that immediately. Yeah, construction. You may be thinking, why is construction useful? Like, why would I ever care about construction? They do have a thing about the idea of community building. So it's not as weird sounding as it sounds, but jerry-rigging is also very good. Lockpicking, mechanics, medical basic, medical advanced. Yeah, I love me some medical advanced. Charisma skills, pretty simple stuff, cool. Anytime you take mental, this is effectively your mental hardening. You know, resist that shit, you know, power through misery and all that. You know how it goes, power through misery. Interestingly enough, the way that this is worded, that if you take less damage, it's harder to reduce damage. I think he fucked this up a little bit. Wait a second, I know he fucked that up. Yeah, he fucked this up. These are supposed to be flipped. I didn't even notice that. Ah, God, love it. Yeah, fast talking, interrogation, persuasion. Intuition is like, hey, you know what food to eat properly. Here's a dozen different things, but it's like, here's community. It's community rations, it's community stuff. Farming, it's a community thing. What's spot? Spot. Read person. Scrounging. A lot of community stuff. Now, there are different motivations. They don't do anything directly, but if you play into your motivation, you get a luck point. Luck points are very useful. They are effectively a meta currency. What's the secret? Secrets are things that can challenge you. They fight you a little bit. Reminds you of 3.5 when becoming higher level made it harder to speak for some classes. So you end up with this idea of secrets, where anytime your secret comes out, you have to make a hard cool roll, and if you fail it, they're going to break down. Something bad's going to happen. You have to reflect the true nature of that survivor. You get a luck point. Why, you may ask? Because it's releasing one's past, especially the bad stuff. It's good for the soul. And now more deeply connected. Inmate on death row, murdered a family to protect self, stole from a helpless person, really working for Gaia Life Solutions, conducted human experiment, cannibal. Obviously Pro is secretly just an Albanian, even though he claims to be a pure-blooded British man. Because as you know, Albania strunk, everybody. Albania forever. Yeah. So effectively what would occur is, if it ever came out that Pro is secretly actually Albanian, he would end up getting he would get a luck point from it if he roleplayed it well. But he would need to make a hard cool check. So if we go here, he would need to roll an 8 up on a d20, which he did. He rolled a 10 to not lose his shit and not get mad at people or take mental damage. Oh no. So, welcome to hit points. So, it is, your hit points are half your health plus a third of your strength. You may be saying, why not your full health and half your strength? Wouldn't that be easier to write? Yes, it would, but no, it's not. I didn't quite write it the correct way, the way you're supposed to write it. But effectively how this works is, let's say I take 8 damage. I take 8 damage, suddenly I'm bruised. I have 8 damage left in my injury. I take 8 more damage. Let's say I take 20 damage. 8's gone, 16 is gone. I'm in the hurt category. I take a -1 to all of my rolls. I take more damage. Now I'm badly hurt. I'm incapacitated. I'm dead. It's kind of you can think about it as 1 health bar and the amount of damage you've actually taken in that health bar. I kind of wrote it in not the right way. If you want to write it in correctly, it would be 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. It would just be 8s down the line or 9s down the line. That's effectively how it is. Kind of same thing goes for mental fortitude. Mental fortitude's one's even a little bit stranger. It's half of your intelligence plus a third of your intuition. Same idea. Yeah, so it's like, oh. Break down, break down. Most Anglo-Londoner. Yes, it's... The way that it's worded is a little bit strange, but I think it works just fine. It just wants to represent you getting gradually more injured and how difficult it is to actually recover HP in this game. It's very difficult, it takes a long time. Now, luck, lady luck, luck be a lady tonight. Never get out of my sight. Luck be a lady, da 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 da. Luck be a lady tonight. Generally speaking, you can spend it to get +4 to your dice. Even afterward, which is the very important part. Is that, hey, I failed it by 3. I'm gonna spend a luck and just bump it up a little bit. One of the big things as well is you can actually get max damage just as much as they can half damage. So if you take 6 damage for it, let's say for example, oh no, you've taken 20 damage in a single attack, bang! Bang, bang, bang goes the trolley. What you can say is like, nope, luck, I'm gonna take only 10 damage. Like, ow, this sucks. And this is incredibly painful. But you can also say like, hey, I rolled a 4 on my damage of a maximum of 12, and I need you dead. I'm gonna spend a luck to bump that all the way up. Yeah, kind of alter minor aspect of the scenes. That's kind of the idea. Welcome to all of the lore and little story thing they have going. I don't really care about it. They used magic based on words and had to roll a DC that went up by 2 every level, while their mod went up 1 per level. Coincidentally, this also made certain languages harder for them to speak when it wouldn't otherwise. God bless 3.5. Truly the most flawless of editions. But yes, everyone technically has these archetypes. You're going to choose an archetype of what you are, and you can actually get to choose 2 talents. You can choose any talents you want. You can get a third one if you take a complication, but no, it's going to suck. So let's say, for example, I'm a survivalist. Yeah. As a survivalist, you can say, hey, now this doesn't prevent poisoning. Survivor system so tough they get a +3 to their resistance roll. Alright. Lean and mean, surviving on barely anything is a normal state. They get +1 HP up on each level of wounds. They require less food than normal person does, and they can regular ration last twice as long. Oh, alright. Easy enough to understand. A lot of food master stuff, like a lot of light sleeping. Hey, I want to be a mixer, Mr. Fix-It. Breaks down once per session. They can use this ability to make it last at least through the session. They can upgrade weapons, manufacture weapons, resurrect a car. Scouts, of course, you kind of see like, oh, you're a path leader. Oh, you're alert. One with the shadows. You have an animal companion. You can just fucking kill people from the shadows. You're a scientist. And you've got all these different things. You're a warrior. What does the warrior do? Well, you've got a bunch of things, like combat sets for their initiative. You can sneak attack motherfuckers. Meat monkey. Built like a brick house, the survivor gets +3 HP per wound level. Or you can be a soldier, which is like a badass. What are you? I'm a badass. Yeah, or, hey, leaders get things like, you look good. Crowd, community connections, way with people. Then you also get psychic talents. Yes. Don't question why there are psychics in this game. When you choose a psychic talent, you need to boost your intuition up. This is a very important thing. But you've been infected with a parasite, But oh no, your parasite that unlocks psychic abilities normally to control you didn't actually take control of you. So have no fear. Like you now have the ability to use psychic powers, but every single one of them comes with a drawback of some, variety. Oh, you can heal people. However, covered in black vein look awful and it's painful, but this doesn't do any HP damage. Yeah, hey, you can heal people, but you look like a fucking freak. Hey, you can see into the future. You go insane though. Hey, you can teleport. With the power of the mind, can teleport either to themselves or a small item anywhere within visual range. Roll hardcore if they fail. They randomly teleport somewhere determined by the GM. Yeah, you can just be a psychic in this game. It's one of those things that you look at, you're like, what the fuck? You're like, oh, all right, that's cool, I guess. You can also play a kid, including, hey, you can dodge. Better, you're very adaptable. You're a kid. You're a kid. Like that. Like half of their abilities are just, I am a child and I do child things. The victim, where you're just not supposed to be there. Now there are some general talents. Hey, you're ambidextrous. You have you have extra hit points. You can fast draw really well. You can heal really fast. Usually these are not as good or a lot more generalized than other ones, than the actual things there. I would usually say you don't need to take one of these if you like your archetype. Some of them you can probably take these ones and ignore your archetype. The survivor can be a bit of a dick. So, these are kind of some of the things when it comes to, complications. You're deaf, you're bloodthirsty, you like eating people. Yeah, there's like, what's your thing? I like eating people. I'm fucking Hannibal Lecter. I'm dying. There's a dependent. There's an enemy. One of the very few ones that allows you to just be a fat bastard. Yeah, that's a... Have no fear, it's fat bastard in time. Very, very rare case of a game allowing me to LARP as myself, in fact. So... what I should have done with Pro is take the fat category and then take something more. But I didn't feel like it, because these are pretty fucking bad. Yeah, hey, you're jinxed. Or like, hey, you have a glass jaw, you're foul-tempered. There's a lot of these to kind of work with, and I do enjoy the fact that you do have a lot of options for characters. Most things are based off of value. Welcome to equipment. There are very few... How do I want to word this? There are very few things that are very good quality, because this is the apocalypse. That has not adapted simple butter. They have credit vouchers. So yeah, you work with you work with Umbrella Corporation. They're not going to give you real money. They're going to give you fake funny money that you can only spend with them. So skills like barter merchant are used to recognize item being negotiated for its price. Oh no, starting wealth. You get a lot of different. You can get a shit ton of money, by the way. Starting off, I ended up with $60 redues right off the bat. $60 redues is going to get you a lot of stuff. Things break down though. That's the big thing. Anything that is a low quality, that's difficult to get a hold of, you gotta break down. Start of every session, you're gonna take your die, you're gonna roll. If you hit that value, it's broken down. Yes, this does mean that you can't be a fat bastard and Ryan Gosling at the same time. I'm sorry, but I totally can. You don't understand, Wuso. He's literally me. Donut Gosling's real. So yeah, various encumbrance rules. You can carry up to you carry items, not necessarily like size, you just carry items. And I think that's fine. There is also things like, oh hey, make half of their strength plus half of their health. Why? And if they have anything, they add they add not 1 per lift rank. No, they add 4 encumbrance per skill rank and lift. Which is just another one of those, like, what the fuck? And if you have any skill ranks in endurance, they add a 2 encumbrance per skill check. I don't even think I did this quite right. I think I should have 14 encumbrance, simply because there's like, oh, make sure to roll 15 different things. It's like, oh, it's kind of a weird way of doing things, because they like highlight this, but they don't highlight the rest of it. A lot of things like that. You'll be needing to don't carry too much, you'll get winded, you'll get encumbered, things will go wrong, and then you're going to feel really bad about yourself, and everyone's going to make fun of you. You can create things kind of there. Hey, it's scrap creation, low quality, it's average. Most everything you're going to find is average, but GM can also be like, most everything you find is going to be low quality. So, what can you buy? What kind of body armor can we buy? Well, you can buy a leather jacket. Woo! Yeah, your leather jacket can break down. I do like the fact that, yes, your armor can break down. Things can just break down randomly at the start of the session. Sorry, we ended off halftime, like, your jacket's just broke. Sorry, you're just broke. There isn't a lot of things, I will say that. And, like, guns are not like, oh, well, this is a P9, this is a fucking SIG or what. No, it's light pistol, medium pistol, heavy pistol, SMG, shotgun. Yeah, the shotgun has 1 shotgun in it. All of them do the same thing. They don't even have it's just the shotgun. Every bullet technically costs the exact same thing, as you can kind of see. So this does, in theory, mean you could load up your shotgun with armor-piercing rounds, or hollow points, or tracer rounds. So if you wanna have a double-barreled fucking AP, hollow points, yeah, go for it. Nothing's stopping you. They all cost the exact same. Yeah, so technically, again, buying AP rounds is effectively the exact same as buying, a fucking 9mm, right? Same thing. They do not actually note anything like a range C chart and combat section. Like, I have that in here. This game is very cheap, if you haven't realized yet. You can buy a rocket launcher, smoke grenades, 40mm grenades. I will say this is my favorite fucking part of this game. Armor penetration 1. It goes through armor. The hunting knife will go through D6 plus 1 damage. Ooh, pretty nasty. The combat knife will go through. The machete will not. The broadsword does not. But have no fear, everyone. It's Kagurabashi, everyone. It's Kagurabashi, everyone. Katanas go straight through armor. Folded 1 gazillion times. We have managed to, I will decapitate the villain using my katana. The original goal of this was that I was going to make every single character the exact same katana-wielding dumbass, but then I realized that would be silly, so I stopped doing it, even though this would have been more efficient to play the katana using dumbass. And the thing is, it's not like it's a bad weapon, too. It's It's probably the best weapon in here outside of the chainsaw. Yes, the katana is like the most reliable weapon. To use your words, is the greatest katana. Like, this is the funny thing, because like a hammer does d6 plus 1 damage. A wooden axe, like a full-on wood axe, does d12 plus 5. It does the most amount of damage, roughly speaking. A katana does 2d6 and goes through armor a bit. Like, you never have a lot of armor, by the way. Like, you kind of see here with a leather jacket, I have a protection of 2. It would go through one of them. Half my armor has been reduced. Like, it's just one of those goofy moments. You're like, wait a second, this doesn't seem... Like, if it was like, oh yeah, you get a d6 plus... It was like d6 plus 3, you know, it wasn't that great, you know, outside of like a machete or something. But it got like range on it. I'm like, okay, that could work. No. Now, technically, if you want to be really technical about things, a katana is better than a two-handed sword. So folded dozens of times. Folded 1 gorillion times, Ethical. You don't understand. Broadsword Chads, it's fucking over, Broadsword Chads. We're coping. We are so coping to the masterwork broadsword. Various different drugs and medicine, energy drinks, 4 sticks of cigarettes, methamphetamine, coke, heroin, oxys, hydrocodone. Have no fear, everyone. We've got the funny drug of ketamine. What do we need? We need more ketamine. Give me my ketamine. I would say always buy a backpack. There's really no downside to buying a backpack because you get encumbrance out of it. You get bonus encumbrance from buying a backpack that offsets the encumbrance cost. It's like, oh, why wouldn't I have a backpack? Like, I guess it's like you have the narrative idea that you have a backpack, but not really a problem. Ooh. Actually, I want to check something real fast. I want to double check something real fast. I want to... So, by sheer technicality, a katana does more than a 9mm, and it is on par with, I guess you would say, like a 45. I think we learned a lot about ourselves today. You can buy MREs. Most everything can actually be, I would say, like, most things can actually be upgraded if you have a Mr. Fix-It. And it's like, oh, what do you want to do? Oh, what do we want to do with our... what do we want to do? Well, we want to improve the damage. Well, we want better balance. We want it to reinforce it. We want to put a fucking scope on it. Pneumatic bolt guns, a zombie spear. The acid gun. Yeah, they have quite a few different things. You could even do some vehicle upgrades. There's different medical upgrades, various combat drugs. Which we also have the big one, which is the PS98, aka suppression, which you want to use the suppression. These are the psych drugs. I know, it's HT-24. Created by Gaia Life's ranking officers and scientists. Being used for soldiers in the fields who have taken serious damage and possible infection. Yes, HT-24 heals 20 HP and kills any parasite infection. The body becomes immune to its benefits as well as the user develops an addiction. After the 4th dose, it no longer heals or kills parasite. They actually have the anti-zombification drug in this game. We've got the kid. Got various sample characters. Let's go through that. Now, Comborino, everyone. Well, yeah, as you know, Pathogen Unclassified is a katana society. Yes, it is a katana society. We are all katana societies. So, what happens when you get into combat? Roll d10 and add your reflexes. Well, actually, roll your reflexes and add their athletics plus or minus bonuses. So, what do we need to do? Oh no, it's initiative time. Bro, roll! He rolled a 12 on his d12, adds his plus 3 athletics, 15. Dun 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 dun. I've kicked into action. I'm ready to go, ready to start killing. Oh boy, here I go killing again. I'm ready to go. You may not like it, but this is what I do. Technically, no one can go on the same... no one can technically go on the same initiative. So what you're supposed to do is roll a d10 and just wing it. No names, an adversary. And adversaries only roll d6 for initiative. Random people don't roll. Don't think about them. You're going to go before a random no-name zombie. You're not going to go before Zombie McChucklefucks, who is a 6.5-foot tall juggernaut that's good, perfectly designed to fuck your day. No, you're not going to go before him. Everyone can take one action on their turn without penalty. Okay, and they also get one defensive for free. However, you can do more, but you're getting a -2 on everything. So if you try to say, oh, I want to move, I want to shoot, that's going to be a -2 to your shooting action. But if I want to shoot and then move, fine. Don't do more actions than you need to. Moving up 1 inch is survivor's maximum movement, attacking, operating, reloading. Everything is measured in yards, represented as squares on map. It's a yard game. If your group uses miniatures, that's great. Otherwise, you will have to ballpark distances. Every square is about a yard. These are a yard kino, so thank God. Go America. Fuck you and your kilometer bullshit. What the fuck is a metric? Yeah, the survivor can boost their speed with their running skill. Oh no, you can run additional squares. Now, oh no, weapons have different range increments on the chart below. 0 to 1 yards would be point blank. 26 to 50 yards. Yeah, handgun, guns are just... These are the, every single distance technically uses the exact same... Every single gun uses the exact same distance chart, and we don't actually use shotguns correctly again. But generally speaking, if you're within 5, you're going to be making an average check. So yeah, you have to be within about 15 feet of someone to reliably hit them with a pistol. However, you can also be within about 30 feet with a rifle. That seems pretty reasonable. Technically, if you're being a throw chad, you can just yeet something like 30 feet just directly into someone's skull for just a tough check, which would be on the same caliber as hitting anything with a shotgun, apparently. Whoopsie doopsie, I'm just gonna fire randomly. Yeah, this does follow the classic shotgun belief that all the pellets disappear after about 5 yards. They don't. Fun fact, they don't. Anytime you're getting into that, you have to compare close combat skill. We kind of already talked about that. You want to have a higher skill than them, because if you have a higher skill than them, it's going to be more difficult for them to hit you overall. I have a 4 defense, you have a 4 to hit, it's a 6. I have a 3 defense, you have a 2 hit. That's going to be a lot harder for you. I mean, it's going to be more complicated for you. I have a 5 defense. I have a 5 defense and you have a 2. That's suddenly going to be incredibly difficult, unless they have a d20, in which it's not very difficult in the slightest. It's kind of the same idea with how Hardened works. you are generally going to take some good amount of damage. Kind of see here, even taking even if you think about it, like even like 3d6 damage. I roll 3d6, that's 11 plus 13 damage. 13 damage knocks me down into halfway through my injured state, effectively. Like, I am fucked up. Like, 1 or 2 bad hits can kind of send you down. You are hardier than most. I will say that, though. Like, a heavy pistol, 2d8 damage. Let's bring my d8. Like, I shoot you with my heavy pistol. I deal 6 damage because I can't roll for shit. That's still 6 damage, and you might not have that much HP. You know, I'm a pretty healthy person, all things considering. You can't die quickly. Here's the thing. You can't die quickly, but there is a death spiral, and having a bad hit can kill you, if that makes sense. We would like to believe you don't, like, you can survive either like no hits or you can survive a lot. This is one of those ones where there's a distinct moment when you are clearly in a bad state and like one bad hit can really send you down, or you can take a lot of littler hits. Especially if you start getting luckier with these bigger rolls here, and it's like, yeah, I'm reducing damage pretty reliably. Obviously, you can't reduce some damage because you can't really reduce getting shot in the fucking face. Dodging is very good, but you only get the bigger thing is you only get a handful of time. If 4 guys come at you with the intent to, fucking kill you, you can dodge one of them reliably, and then every other dodge attempt is going to be easier for them to actually hit you. 4 guys attacking you at once with a machete is going to be very bad, because that's going to be, and that's 9 damage, that's 7 damage, that's 2 damage. Like, multiple people, stabbing you, you're going to die pretty quick. But you should never be in that situation. You shouldn't be in that situation. There is hit locations. You don't really need to use the hit locations. If you want to be cool, I would say, hey, use random hit location. But there's no locational damage. That's one of the big things. There is no such thing as locational damage. If I get shot in the head, you go through their protection is multiplied by some damage, but it's not like your head has reached 0 HP or it explodes. Nothing like that. Very simple, very reliable. There's even saves. Yeah, they have saves, like, attribute skill 3. At skill level 3, GM determining the difficulty. Healing is very slow. Yeah, it's generally speaking, you can heal about 2 points per day. If you actually have if you have a medic with you, you can restore a lot more. But like, that's why I say, like, taking 8 damage may not seem like a lot, but that's 4 days before it recovers fully. Taking 16 damage may not feel like a lot, but that's 8 days of needing to recover. And you're rarely not on the move. Also suggesting you didn't get bit by a fucking evil zombie that wants to eat your face off. You know how it goes. Getting eaten alive by a zombie will change a motherfucker a little bit. More than a few ways. Mental trauma. This is more like a GM, it's kind of like an asshole to you thing. Like, working despite fatigue, seriously counterproductive, taking more mouth than a community can feed. Humiliated, seriously intimidated, and things like that. It's like, oh. There is like a full chase sequence. I'm not really going to go over the chase sequence. It's not really that important. There's a lot of there's a full driving thing in this. I will say this, if you need like a cheap, like a very fast and simple driving system, this isn't bad. Actually, this works pretty good. Because you're trying to dodge out of the way, you're trying to drive, you're trying to do J-turns, force move. Yeah, it works just fine. Getting your shit rocked also sucks. A lot of stuff going on here. Technically, there could be a lot of problems going around. What's collision damage looking like? A lot of different types. I don't know what happened to the sedan. I mean, this is an accurate look for a sedan, a brick. Luckily for us, though, we can, in fact, play Dominic Torino from the popular Fast and Furious franchise in a muscle car. Really, that's all we really need. No, it looks totally... I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. Looks totally rad. Let me see. It's all about family. Covering words on the page. Yeah, I know. Sedan is sent. Yeah, I don't know if it's just the copy I've got, or it's like this is the book. There's some janky things in this book. Yeah, this is the full community section. Community, the more community, kind of skills and abilities you have, the better you actually have. What's your food situation like? What's your medical situation like? It's rated just like this, but everything kind of starts off kind of awful. So it's like, yeah, hey, we want to boost our population. We want to boost our transportation. We want to boost our technology. We want to do this. This is kind of like a really good grounding for like what you want to do things. Yeah, like Survivors can do the help community. What are we actually doing? Well, we're trying to advance a community. What do you really... But there's also a bigger thing. You don't need this. This is also another fairly big thing. Like, you don't need to worry about this. You know, it's just like upgrades your listing here represent building new pools of resources. You want to add some new things. Cool. Hey, it's a garden. Hey, it's smokehouse. Hey, it's slaughter. You wanna buy all these things? You can buy these things to improve your stats, which makes things easier in the long run. I would say like one of the bigger things though is if you want to ignore this section, you can. Also, slave trade. Have no fear, everyone. You can totally just believe in the fucking slave trade in this game. Like, if you don't want to engage with this system, you don't have to. Yeah, there's just a fucking predator drone. I don't know why there's just a predator drone. There just is. Fuck you. 2017. Obama had invented the predator drone. You can buy cannibalism. Yes, you can buy cannibalism in this game. It costs 8 population, 2 technology, 2 true food, and 3 experience. You get each starvation level, but reduce community morale by 3 hits per level. There's also health risks such as prion disease and vitamin C deficiency that comes with cannibalism. Yes, you can buy cannibalism. I do like the fact that you can just create a horrible community of terrible people. Of just a bunch of slaving cannibals that are just all horrible to one another. And it's just like, yeah, you can do that. It's giving you the option. Do you need to engage with this system? No, you don't really need to engage with this system. And that's what, like, if you want to ignore the community aspect, you can. Some skills are going to get kind of regulated to the dustbin a little bit. They want you to care about it, but if you just want to run like a really simple zombie game, Pathogen works pretty well for. If you want to have a kind of like longer run, yeah, Here's a bunch of things for like the community. Hey, what's our brand new community member looking like? Well, let's see. Well, we have a female who's not great at things, but she's pretty neutral about things, and she's good at laboring. All right, cool. Well, here's our second one. We got another lady. We've got someone with pretty good skill, all things considering. Pretty nice. She's pretty nice, and ooh, she's a fucking child. She is actually 6. Damn. It's a little girl. Damn it. Not again. Maybe it's time to go back to Kid World, everyone. God, fucking Kid World. A lot of event tables. Yeah, this is the GM section, like where they talk about like what's Gaia Life Solutions. Also, I'm like 95% sure this is just the Metal Gear font. I'm like, that looks like the Metal Gear font. Yeah, a lot of this is just like, how do you be a GM? How do you do storylines? What's an NPCs like? What are villains like? Villains do get their own set of luck a little bit. Like the idea is like, hey, you use villains liberally. Yeah, they get their own luck points, and some of them can be pretty fucking nasty. Like giving them a bunch of luck to automatically hit. They do max damage. They buy down damage. Most enemies though are going to be very simple. They're going to have like the training attribute. That's all they're going to do. And it's like, oh, like sometimes I get attributes, sometimes I just don't. Like they're just not really designed to do that. Most of the time you're not going to be giving them any, like as you kind of see here, hits written as a number. It's like, hey, there's 20 infected. It's a 20 hits of infected. That's all you need to do. Most of them, most of the time, you're going to be giving them a talent of some variety. You know, just like, you know, once I add more spice to the pot of nastiness, some of them are like, oh, there's a shit ton of them. They just won't die. Anytime you can spend luck points to get reinforcement. Oh no, Jinx can only be used once, or something horribly wrong. My favorite being Evil Jim. Tactical zombie action. Evil Jim. Among the ranks of the group, there's one that is big and bad. There's no name Goob. Evil Jim is clearly better than the rest. You can pretty much add like a special kind of character in there, but my favorite is Evil Jim. They keep referring to him as Evil Jim. That's my favorite part. It's just Evil Jim. And I expect every Evil Jim to be named Jim. The thing with them is that they pop up out of nowhere, and it's like, oh well, we're fighting a bunch of goons, and oh no, there's a big zombie, or oh no, feeding frenzy. A lot of these are like kind of make a very simple character as well, but it's like, hey, he's a badass. He's a fucking, he is a mental giant. He's driven. He's a Drive 2011. Always ready. He's got a bunch of followers. He's just fucking spooky. What happens when you get bit? So, this is what I try to find with all of these games. What happens when I get bit? 1, take some HT24. Don't have access to it? Well, fuck. So, you're taking 3d8 plus 4 mental fortitude damage. Ow. Okay, so you're gonna roll a tough endurance. Worse, if they don't have the skill, they take another 2d8 mental fortitude, as they are convinced. Alright, we're gonna try to endure it. If the survivor succeeds, they are fine. Because yeah, you need to make an endurance check. If you succeed at it, you can actually power through the infection. If they fail, roll d8 on the following table and effects, and the disease onset within 2d3 hours. Not dead, but merely meat puppets to the parasite. When bitten, contains hundreds of, different one. Yeah, no, if the survivors have a doctor who can treat the bitten, basically a tough medical advance instead. Yeah. So it's things like, okay, like what occurs, when, oh no, I'm infected, what goes on? Well, 3, the shakes, climbing, fever. The survivor loses 2d4 hit points and takes -3 to all skill rolls for d8 days. So it's kind of like one of those things like you're very quickly losing yourself, and it's like, oh no, uh-oh. Yeah, pretty much on a 5 to 8, you just fucking die. You're fucked. Yeah, Evil Jim survives. Give him a name. But he has one. It's right there. It's Evil Jim. It's just a reoccurring villain of Evil Jim as he shows up in the middle of hordes, just miraculously surviving each time. Nobody knows why Evil Jim is the way he is. Yeah, like... it's not hard. It is not difficult dying. I should say that it's not difficult to get bit and turn into a zombie. It's not easy either, because they have to roll on an 8 and you need to make a check. Getting fully bit and getting fully fucked is difficult, but when you do it, it's kind of jover. Like, it is a series, there are 3 rolls effectively of you are fucked, you're like, oof, you're fucked, you're super fucked. Yeah, especially when you're dealing with warriors who, my favorite one that can also have... Yeah, my favorite part is that the infected warriors can pull out a Glock and just pop a motherfucker. That's my favorite part, is when... oh no, it's a zombie! What are we gonna do? Glock, motherfucker, like, now! Yeah, removing a tracker requires hard medical advance with a steady hand as it tries to squirm away under the scalpel. Yeah. The Queen's Elite can even do more goofy shit. You could do more things with the Hive. You can do, like, what's going on, what's the workers looking like, what's goods and hordes, like, what's the gang members looking like? Well, these are what gang members look like. They don't have a lot. What's raiders look alike? Raiders are spooky. You made me think, like, wow, D12 strength, D12 hardiness, and all these things. These guys seem like broke as shit. But then you have to remember, this is the thing, like, you gotta kind of remember, this is D12 with a skill of 3. But they're always going to be rolling here, roughly. But you might have a 4 in something, or you might be really good at something. So they're not as dangerous. You kind of see that you kind of like, even a medium pistol is worse off, and they usually don't have many bullets. Gaia soldiers, though, fuck you up. Like, you're fucked if you... Ooh. Yeah, like, these guys just light you the fuck up, and you're just dead. Like, it's Jover. Yeah, we got a few different skills and abilities, and it's like, hey, you want to bring an animal on board, you want to have all this. Do I like Pathogen Unclassified? I think the issue with Pathogen Unclassified is that it's very cheap. And I say this in a nice way. It's very cheap the way it kind of looks. It's like, here's all these cool things that you can do. Does it do anything super unique? No. But does it need to do anything unique? No, I don't really think so. I think the community thing kind of grounds the action a little bit. Combat is kind of got a good beat to it. It's not one of those games where it's like, you get bit once, your character's dead. Like, you can actually survive a fight pretty easily. I would say, if you want to do more action movie bullshit, you want to have it more like, yeah, we're just gunning motherfuckers down all the time. I would say don't buy bullets. Buy effectively like combat encounters worth of bullets. That would be my thing. Being like, hey, I've bought, 4 combats worth of bullets, and it's like, okay, I ran out of bullets for this combat, or I'm out of something here, or something like that. You get what I mean? You don't really need to do that though, and that's not really what you need. Generally speaking, there's nothing wrong with the game. It just doesn't. You would have never heard about this game because it doesn't do anything unique either. It is just a reliable kind of maybe not great looking game. So that's my decisive opinion. It definitely exists. Let's see. Let's do the weird one. We're gonna do the weird one next, okay? Actually, you know what? I'll bring it to consensus because we all believe in consensus here. Do we want to do the weird one or do we want to do the actually interesting one? I'll leave it up to you all. Interesting or weird? Both of them are interesting. Both of them are odd in their own right. One is like clearly like what the fuck, and the other was like, oh, I was pleasantly surprised by one. Another I was not. Oh jeez. Ah. These are the best part. I just get to relax. Alright. We'll leave it to fate. Weird or interesting? 50-50. Weird or interesting? Let's see. Guess we're doing weird. So, welcome to Dystopia Rising Evolution. Yeah, alright. So, you might be looking at this being like, what the fuck am I looking at, Notepad? This looks a little bit weird, Notepad. This looks very, very familiar. Like I've seen deja vu. I've seen this before. Dumb name. Well, Dystopia Rising Evolution is actually by Onyx Path. Yes, it's by Onyx Path, actually. For those who don't know who Onyx Path is, Onyx Path is a company of effectively the New World of Darkness. They kind of made their own things in turn of Exalted, Scion, Scarred Lands, and there's a couple other different games that they, Pugmire, Cavaliers of Mars, and you kind of see there right there with Dystopia Rising Evolution. Including legend lore, you know, legend lore. Yeah. The fuck is this? No, this is a. Oh. Uh-oh. As you can, looks very different from what I remember. Looks very different from what I remember. We will. The fuck? Tier system. Oh, jeez. So yeah, this is Dystopia Rising Evolve. This is Evolution. S. Canton Media is gone. if you can buy it for $5,000 if you want. Someone's like, all right, let's learn a little bit. What's going on? Who are these people? I looked around a little bit. I couldn't really find anything about them. This is all they were back in the day. As you can kind of tell, their website's gone. So that's like, okay, so that's not something we can work with. Like, they clearly had things. Most improbable. What? I don't remember seeing you. Most improbable. I guess they rebranded. Katie Griffin, like, career as a journalist. Uh-oh. Yeah, our team, like, this is current projects. Dystopia Rising. So yeah, there is Dystopia Rising, clearly. But, like, Mind's Eye Theater stuff, I guess? Because, yeah, there's Dystopia Rising, so this is clearly the same company. The fuck? DT tickets. Oh god, they made it into a LARP. They've made it into a fucking LARP. Oh, Jesus. I didn't read this part. I didn't find this part. I was like, I can't hold the site's down. Yeah. There's written much content. Across all these forms. These books are released digital format for free. Yeah, so I guess you can... You want to do Dystopia LARPs? The fuck? Yeah, so I guess it's like a LARP company now? Let's see. Yeah, I'm assuming that this has to be... They're a... Oh, Poochie. Yeah, so you're the main one. 26 book publication. Yeah, he's created the Dystopia Rising Gaming Network. Regulators contract right intellectual properties inspired him as a teen. Earning an advanced degree in marketing, worked his way in the field, being a VP of marketing. Was like a market? Is it a marketing firm? Yeah, no, it's a fucking marketing. Oh no! By Eddie Webb. What? It's made this. Wait a second. Where's Eddie Webb? Doesn't even have the original writer. What the fuck is going on? And I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Eskatong. Well, now it's this down the rabbit hole. Yeah. It's because the oh Jesus, hello, most improbable. Love hats. So this is Dystopia Rising by Eschaton. This is back in 2014 by, and they say it's by this person, but this is Evolution. You see all these fucking writers on there. But the weird thing is, like, this is the thing, this is the actual credits. If you look at the credits, backing me up when I decided to swing for the bleachers, to people role-playing in LARPing communities, yeah, you'll see right here, like, developed by Eddie Webb. Okay. Now I'm getting confused. Okay, so Eddie was the one working on all of these things. Eddie made all of these things. Okay, looks like he's a Onyx Path person more than anything. Okay, that means that somewhat painful, but yeah, Eschaton looked like it died. Eschaton looked like it died, and they changed it to this media company or Kronos Universal LARP system. Let's Kronos Universal LARP system. Let me see. Nerdy City. What the fuck is Nerdy City? This is a completely different fucking thing. Unless Nerdy City... Okay, I think I know what might have happened. Okay, I'm thinking either Eschaton died. My thinking is Eschaton died, and they sold off certain rights, like this, for example, Dead Rising. They sold that off to somebody else. They sold the rights to this company, to Most Improbable, effectively. Because they're like, oh, well, here's Dystopia Rising live. Yeah, these books are written, hosted by, and mostly paid for the founders or the original creator of Dystopia Rising universe. So the founders are the people who wrote it. So apparently, these two wrote the original book. So were they Eschaton? What? What's going on? I'm very confused. I guess they became Most Improbable. I guess they became Most Improbable after like a rebranding or something, rather than Eschaton Media. Oh! Ooh! Okay, let's... God damn it. Okay, so there's this Nerd City site. Who the fuck is Nerd City? Doesn't even have fucking www dot. I guess we'll do www.wordcity.com. Okay, we are dealing with some, like, esoterica at this point. Like, I'm assuming Eschaton... Like, I'm assuming Eschaton died. That would be my guess. Eschaton died. And they redid it to Most Improbable, and these were the original things. Because it's weird because they cite... I wonder, actually, we have a quick preview, right? Michael Pucci. Yeah, Michael Pucci, the executive. Yeah, so this guy wrote the original thing. But that's such a weird... But then you look at this, and it says Eddie Webb developed the game, but had developmental assistance from Michael Pucci, unless they just... Wait, did fucking Onyx Path do this? What the fuck's going on here? Okay, yeah, here's Nerd City. Let's see, here's Kronos. It looks like they do... They're from Jersey, it looks like. So they might have bought Kronos from them or something? Because there's this, like, Eschaton Media. Yeah, okay. So Michael Pucci here seems to be the main... seems to be the main guy. There we go. Co-founder, most improbable. Right here, this is him. Dystopia Rising LLC. Eschaton Media. Yeah, so he was the production manager of Eschaton Media. And then he became the co-founder the same year. So he became... okay, so then we have Dystopia Rising LLC. What the fuck does this mean? Franchiser company? So, okay, so in Eschaton Media here, he worked on there until he created Most Improbable, which is just a redux of his old company. Yeah, so... he's a business guy. With turnkey. Yeah, right there. Dystopia Rising. Yeah, alright, that's... okay. This isn't even, like, going down the fucking rabbit hole. This is just me being very confused about things because they decided to just word things weird. So where the fuck did evolution come from? Okay, so this uses the Trinity Continuum in Scion 2nd edition one, so I'm wondering who... owned by White Wolf. Eschaton Media partnered with Onyx Path. So this game came out in 2020. So that would line up because Eschaton would still be around. They partnered with Onyx Path and had an Onyx Path writer help them with this. They made the game so Onyx Path can sell the game, but Eschaton Media went out of business, or more accurately, rebranded into Most Improbable, even though... so Pucci still owns the rights to the Dystopia Rising world, you could say, but just not at the evolution line, maybe? Because this is the original one that he's talked about. This is his original game that he wrote from 2011. And if you go here, it's like no one really knows what the fuck it is. I'm... brain hurt. You don't want to think about it anymore. Yeah, Ashley Zedeb. Who the fuck are you? 2014 makes no sense. Oh, God. Yes, Eschaton Media. Eschaton Media is dead, though. So, what is this game? Well, it's Story Path. Do you like Story Path? Do you like this? The answer is no. Well, you're gonna have a bad time. Where is... did I not do that? Am I a fool? I'm a fool. I know nothing. Don't like a silly clown. Yeah, there we go. So, I made Mary Hagler. As you can kind of see, we've got a pretty good... if this looks familiar, it's because that's the point. Interestingly enough, so I'm like, alright, what inspirational material? Mad Max, alright. Fallout, okay. The Walking Dead, understandable. The 100, which is a weird Netflix show I tried to watch. Borderlands, weird. Fucking Desert Punk? Desert Punk being mentioned in the year of our Lord 2019? Alright, based. I like Desert Punk. And Into the fucking Badlands. I love Into the Badlands. I am its strongest soldier, and I will fight tooth and nail for it. It is also, I could talk about Into the Badlands all day. I love that fucking series. Hated the last season. Is the 100 is that bad? It's Netflix teen drama bullshit. I watched like one episode and I just kind of like, I'm done. Have you ever just watched something or read something where you just see that first bit, you're like, nah, I'm good. It might get better later, but I'm just like, I'm a big proponent of, if the thing is not good to begin with, I don't want to power through it till it gets good. Few things are like that. Fire Punch, I would say like that, but I got invested early. I'm like, I'm curious how this is gonna go. But then you see some things being like, I'm not having fun right now, or I'm like not really getting into it right now. I'm not really gonna like waste time. Unless something comes out later, which is like, yeah, it's really good. It's like episode 2 is like, it's really good or whatever. So yeah, tell me about your flesh. The artwork in this game ranges from genuinely good. Like, I love what it looks like this. I was like, ooh, you know, kind of the nice painted style that's very Onyx Path, looks very nice, kind of spooky. And then you have shit like this, which is just like, what kind of fucking poser model bullshit's going on here? Ew, ew, ew. So, let's do a quick lore rundown here real fast. We're just going to do a quick lore rundown of Dystopia Rising. Dystopia Rising Evolution is a very simple thing. Zombinos happened like 300 years ago. They happened a long time ago. It's been a few generations of wasteland bullshit. At this point, mutations started to erupt among humanity. All of the mutations are very different from one another, hence being known as strains. But pretty standard, you know, zombino stuff, but the idea is that the zombies are caused by a fungus. But there's something a little bit strange about this fungus. It brings you back to life. Maybe wondering, Notepad, what do you mean by it brings you back to life? Let's say, for example, I am shot and killed. What the fungus is going to do is that the fungus is going to bring me back to life. It will reconstitute my body in a different location. I can then find my corpse and loot my own corpse, but I've been reconstituted elsewhere. And zombies effectively occur when people die and can't get out of the grave mine. Pretty much this fucking dream-like state of death. That's when a zombie happens. They emerge from the ground with the intent on murdering. This is just the world in which you live in now. It is very weird, and they talk about things like raiders. Because, like, the idea of, like, raiders aren't people. They're like us, they're just really broken. They made the Minecraft TTRPG. It is Dark Souls. Unironically, yeah, it's Dark Souls. The Minecraft TRPG. The fuck is this? They made Dark Souls. They made zombie Dark Souls, yes. They made, they did in fact make zombie Dark Souls. I'm not gonna lie when I say that. Crackhead zombie Dark Souls Minecraft. Yeah, this was one of my favorite images in the book simply because it just makes it look like there's just this woman yelling at you, and you're just like POV, what man of woe has decided to talk shit. Yeah, again, it's have no fear. Listen to endurance. Listen to endurance. Do not listen to the men of woe. I'm not becoming a fascist. I'm simply embracing what it means. So yeah, unfortunately, this is tied to the story path system pretty highly. There are multiple. There are effectively 8 different clans. There's strains. Thank you. There's strains, and each of those strains have 3 different subgroups inside of them. All right, easy enough to understand. The devoted are people who believe in God. These are our various ones. We believe in mankind. So effectively, we believe in God. We believe in communist God. We believe in death. Learn how to be more smug than other people around you. Have no fear, I'm super smart. Fuck you, I'm great. I'm the greatest thing that ever created. Yeah, evolved nanomachines, son. Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm gonna follow you into the grave, fungus face. Yeah, reclaimers, some of them are just unstable because they have lightning powers. Freed men. Gorgers are all like partially undead people because they're goofy looking. Yeah, some of them are quite literally like, yeah, we're like zombies, but these are ghouls. They're ghouls. Landsmen are country folk. Yeah, this is the different strain. Your country folk, yeah. Americans, the natural ones, the quiet folk. You might also notice all the page XX. This is the pre-release copy, fun fact. Dark Souls in 2014. Yes, it makes sense they wanted to capitalize on Dark Souls 2. Crackhead zombie. Hey, I recognize those text box. The moment I saw those, I knew it was Onyx path. Can they cast miracles? If you're a psionic, yes, you can. Have no fear. We're playing a mutant because mutants actually seem kind of interesting. These are our, like, hey. Oh no, I'm a splicer, man. Oh, I'm a retrograde. Oh no. What are you? Tainted. Oh no. You're a nomad. Oh no. Yeah, these don't seem very... But they don't... These... How do I want to word this? They don't seem very, like... important, if that means. You got fucking Yorkers. Yeah, if that makes sense. It's like, you see some of these, it's like... Oh... They seem a little... Like, why did we bother breaking these apart? They don't seem like they do much. Because one of the ideas is that each of your strains have a different condition with them. Alright. Oh, cool. You know, like, oh, you're born coward. You know, you're a bright lights. You don't like bright lights. Captain Obvious, dead or alive. I have don't cross me. What triggers this situation? +1 difficulty on any rolls in the mental area. For Yorkers, talking to a Baywalker is considered being provoked unless the Yorker has a positive bond with the Baywalker. Momentum trigger. Any situation when a character is insulted socially. Resolution. The source of the insult is apologizes or leaves. How this works is, for lack of a better word, these are just things that occur. Most of Dystopia Rising Evolution is based off of these things. These little moments. I believe it's the first time we've actually covered anything World of Darkness vaguely, or even story path related. So I've gone over. Okay. Oh goodness, I've read a little bit of Scion Second Edition. I've read a little bit of some of the newer stuff, but I never really gone over it. And kind of going over this is like, oh, okay. This feels really weird, by the way. Yeah, you just kind of see there, people with perfect hair, 3D, weird Daz 3D perfect models. Yeah, so what are we actually doing? Well, of course, we've got our ready-to-play characters, because of course we do. I double-checked, and I do have a pretty standard character. Like, relatively speaking. As you can kind of tell. Mary, I wanted to create Mary to be a jolly bruiser. Yeah, he could talk to you. He's actually a fairly nice guy. He can get into things when he wants to be. He's not a very good at, the thing is he's gonna get into your grill and he's gonna beat the shit out of you and he's gonna enjoy doing it and he's gonna leave. He's not very composed with himself. He's not the smartest guy in the world. Not really the type to look things. But he's the fuck you got mine. He's the kind of guy you can listen to and he's like, yeah, all right, I can listen to you. Pretty much everything is going to give you these initial edges, kind of what your initial skills are going to look like. Having a 0 in a skill does not necessarily mean you're completely fucked, but it's like, hey, I need you to make a technology intellect check. Okay, roll 1d10. I got a success. I got 1 9. Because Dystopia Rising uses the story path system, and it's mostly a set target number of 8. You need a number of successes equal to, whatever the target number is, and you get successes by rolling a 8 or higher. Now, they do this thing of... That's a weird sound. They do this thing where it's like, oh, well, you get complications or benefits and things like that. A vast majority of the time when that occurs, that's a success after you get what you want. You get a success after. It's, hey, this is difficulty 2. I rolled 1 success, get it, and I get to get add on to my successes there. You still need to score a success though. If you don't score any successes, you're kind of fucked. Shut up, Spines. Shut up, Talio 9. Yeah, hello, Rocket Rose. Hi, Rocket. Oh goodness. Oh, yeah, this is Onyx Path, all right. Yeah. 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 Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? Ugh. So yeah, now we start making a character. Generally speaking, a vast majority of the game is like, oh, we'll make a concept. You gotta choose your path. So, you're going to get your strain path, you're going to get a role path, and you're also going to get a society path. These 3 things give you a lot of wiggle room, but on the other hand, they also don't. They're very particular. She has athletics 1 somehow. Ah, of course, the power wheelchair. Is the game truly about zombies? It looks like a standard meathead apocalypse. It is nominally about zombies. It's its own kind of thing at this point. Even when I was going over, I was like, what the fuck? Alright, this isn't quite zombies, but it's on my list, so I may as well do it. Yeah, that's why I said I'm like, we're not going to linger too long on this one. It's a little bit odd. Generally speaking, you're going to assign a lot of your points based off of these paths, because each one's going to have a number of skills you can assign 3 points among. Even having like 1 or 2 points is pretty good. You get 6 dots to play with. I chose to spend my dots around pretty liberally. I don't have a ton of dots. You're never going to have, like, generally a lot. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. You're never really going to have, like, an absurd number of dots to work with. And that's not a bad thing. Like, attributes are pretty much what you expect them to be. Effectively, all attributes in Story Path system are broken down into force, finesse, resilience, and then mental, physical, and social. So a force social would be presence, a finesse social would be manipulation, resilience strength would be stamina, and things like that. That's kind of the idea. So it's like, hey, I need to force you to do something. I'm gonna roll with my might. I need to resist doing something. I'm gonna roll my resolve. I need to, carefully do something. I'm gonna do something with my manipulation. That's the idea. Now, you do get a bunch of fucking edges. I didn't assign any of the extra edge dots. Because I was like, I want to see what the edges are before I assign them. They don't give you any of that shit. They don't give you any of that shit for a while, so I was just like, I'm gonna sit and wait. I never got around to it because it was like 4:30 last night, and I'm like, fuck that. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm getting bored. Generally thinking is you're going to be able, like, oh, you can choose contacts. These are your paths. You get your strain paths. These are contact suspension, contact revoked, skills and edges. You got technically, you got to choose all of those things, and you get to choose 2 edges. But I was like, I'm not going to choose both of them edges until I figure out later. That's kind of the problem that kept happening with this game, is I'm going to wait till later to get the thing I need because I don't quite know the full story yet. I don't quite know the full story yet, so I'm going to wait on it. I'm going to wait on it, and it comes very late. Effectively, the more you advance along a path, the more important you become on that path. If Mary here, for example, might go down here. If Mary advanced along the Road Crew Society path, he would eventually become a mover and shaker, then a leader. If he advanced along the Tainted path, he would eventually become a mover and a shaker and a leader among the Tainted mutants. Some of them make a little bit more sense. Some of them just don't make some. You kind of see a gain 2 enhancement on a role in that social arena when dealing with other members of that path. Yeah, some, like, you can't really... Yeah, you can't really change your strain variation. Your rolls don't have any dice. But your caravan, like, oh, well, here are, like, all the... Your roll doesn't have anything. That's one of the weird things. You don't have anything. Yeah, you also get things like, oh, what does the caravan driver give you? It gives you this. What does the engineer give you? It gives you this. These are very basic. And like, alright. Like tier 3 or less melee weapon or range weapon, a hide shield. Like with the thug, I was like, I can pick these things, but I don't really. My desire to give a shit. Who are you? Paths. That's a sentence. Yeah, the society paths were one of the weirder bits. Any number of societies joining the lay and the member of the faith or the character society path. They're like supposed to be like very specific because they're supposed to be kind of how do I want to work? They're supposed to be like the societies and things from like Vampire or any of the other story path system, but they're so generalized and you have to assume that people are going to be elsewhere. They're not really. How do I want to? They have to be both very specific, but also very not specific. So it's like, oh, what society are you part of? The Black Market Society. The Crafters of Alexandria. Creed. the Crimson Cross Caravan, the Dead Sight Society. They're both very specific, but also very not specific at the same time. I don't know. It's not my particular thing. I get the people who are in this, but I'm like, alright. Okie dokie. Yeah, skill tricks, you get one skill trick. You get one skill trick right off the bat. Characters begin playing with a single skill trick. Skill tricks are like special abilities that let you do things. That's the weird bit. So let's say close combat, I've got that. I can choose to select brawl. I can choose to select any of these. So I went with brawling. Character has a fair share of brawls and knows how to throw a punch or take one opponent off guard. You're using an unarmed attack on an opponent as standard action. He can reduce the number of successes needed to overcome his opponent's dodge stunt by his close combat skill dots. It's like, okay, so I just reduce the difficulty by whatever. Okay. Some of them are like, I would say some of them are clearly reaching. Like, we need to give you something here. Like, oh, you have an obscure tradition. Yeah. Horse. Hey, you have head shrink. Yeah, there's a couple of them that feel a little bit weird. I was like, all right. Or you also get my favorite, beg for life. She's made it this far, if only by begging and pleading. Oh goodness. Uh-oh. Science, subterfuge. There are some that are just going to be better than others. That's kind of the nature of the beast, I guess. Yeah, these are your edges. Technically, like, you have to buy edges with more, but some of the, how do I want to word this? They have a very bad tendency of not telling you things right off the bat. Like with the fact, like, oh, you get 4 edges. I didn't see that initially. And I'm like, okay, I'll go back, I'll double check. But I'm like, I don't really care. Like, you even see, like, there's a couple of these, like, prerequisite. You get these for free. And I'm like, oh, is there anything I need to know about this? No, you just get these for free. And it's like, oh, alright, fine. Oh, hey, you get a mental edge. What are these about? Some of these are like, chosen weapon sucks. Because it's like, oh, when you're using your particular weapon, you get 1 enhancement. When you are using any other weapon, you get you lose the success. It's like, why the fuck would why in God's holy name would I ever bother selecting this? It's god-awful, and I had to choose it. Like, psionic, unless you're using the same weapon over and over again. Like, skilled healer, tech whiz, time set. Some of them make a lot more sense than others. Some are just kind of boring. None of these are, like, super exciting. If you've ever played a story path system, if you've ever played any of these kind of games before, you kind of know what you're looking for when it comes to games like this. Better successes, lightning calculator. Lightning calculator, let me bring it up here. Your character can almost instantly perform complex mathematics in his head without the need for external help. This edge allows the character to rapidly perform tasks that would normally require access to some kind of technology, including calculating odds, plotting the trajectory of an arrow, or calculating the distance or fuel requirements of a specific vehicle. It provides +2 enhancement to any roll that can be directly assisted by mathematical calculation, such as gambling, navigation, carefully aiming bullets, or attempting to understand complex equation-filled scientific theories. It's the Rick and Morty option. I'm gonna solve this with the science! Yeah, if you want to be a psionic person, you're going to have to choose the psionicist. Yeah, some of these are just really good, and others of them are not very good. Yeah, if I were to take things out more, it would probably be something like tough. It would probably be tough, and more dots and hardy. That would be what I would choose. That would be my thing. Tough and more things than hardy, just so I'd never take damage. Because fuck damage. So yeah. One of the big things is you get advancements, you get experience pretty consistently, as long as you are doing something. Did you complete an objective? Did you complete something? Hey, did you reach a story milestone? Did you complete a group story? Did you do something? Here's XP. Get XP. What can we do with that XP? Buy shit. It's not going to be long. It's going to take a little while to actually get this XP, as long as you're completing those short-term advancements. But you're going to be able to get edges pretty quickly, get skills pretty quickly. Specialties, you can relatively get those, but like anything more than that, you want to buy an attribute, that's going to take a long time. You want to buy a path thing, it's going to take time. Tweak, shift one dot from that. Yeah, it's like, hey, you can tweak characters a little bit. Just tweak them. Yeah, if you tweak something, it's the, hey, I want to tweak and make sure that I can actually, you know, play my character correctly in case you chose something terrible. How do you even make Sunabozu? I'm fucking having a stroke. Oh, you don't. You don't actually do that. You do not make a desert punk in this game. They just cited desert punk because it's cool. That's why. Sunabozu, what the fuck do you want about? Yeah, generally speaking, number of 10-sided dice equal to your skill plus your attribute plus any bonuses you roll, and try to hit a target number of usually 8. Some things may change that target number, but very few things very few things change the target number. Add or subtract dice. Adjust the difficulty if you want to reflect a harder task or complication or enhancement. Generally speaking, it's like 10s explode, add any enhancement to the pool of successes generated, and then that's pretty much you buy off complications or purchase stunts. That's what you're really doing. You're buying off the difficulty. I've rolled 5 successes. I buy off the difficulty with 2 of them, and then I use the other 3 to do something I want. That's really all you need to know. Kind of see a lot of these things, they kind of explain, like, here's what all the skills do. Do you know these are how the skills do things? Hey, this is how the skills do things. Hey, this is how the approaches do things. Hey, this is what this... Hey! 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 That's kind of the best way to think about it. It's like, this is what we want to do. This is how we do things. Yeah, it's kind of like things like, oh, everything goes in one ear and out the other. So it's like, oh, you're strong. You're weak as a kid. You spend as much time as a miner on field of battle. You're social presence. Just a fate. You can make a decently persuasive scene. Manipulation, low-level hustler or savvy networker. You are fresh out of the bomb shelter. Yeah, that's pretty much all you really need to know about things. Complications make things go wrong. If you try and open the lockbox, they are not careful, they may get it open but break the lock. It is... Anytime you want to get 9 against, 10 8 against, etc., etc., successes are currency in this game. That's a big idea. A success is a currency. And what do we want to? How do we want to do things? Well, we're gonna roll this dice, and we want to get more currency. That's the main goal. I want to get more currency to buy off the difficult. The way it's worded is a little bit funky. I don't know if I like it or not. How hard is it to support a degenerate rogue genius with a mask and a Winchester? Literally unplayable. It's kind of the idea is like you need to have the right strain, and then you need to have the right abilities. To make him exactly 1-for-1, you'd effectively be making American, or like a nomad. I guess you would be playing like a nomad. A very specific variation of nomad. And with very specific skills and very specific ideas. You could in theory, but it'd be just weird. Yeah, if an enhancement does not specifically apply to the task, and then they don't at least one success, can't use it. You always want to get a few enhancements. And you always want to get at least a little bit. You can receive bonus successes from it. So it's like, hey, you know, success. I need 3 successes, but I roll 1 success, but I have 3 enhancements, so I get more out of it. That's kind of the issue. Complications, on the other hand, are aspects about the situation that you can complete it as something, but don't get the complication. We open the box, the lock is broken, though. We sneak through the area, but we leave the door open, kind of thing. It's things like that. We're making things more complicated without actually stopping you. Drawbacks, on the other hand. Yeah. Certain enhancements might have drawbacks. This is one of those other weird notes where there's terms within terms. Because I get an enhancement because I'm drinking with you. I get a drawback from this because of this enhancement to another thing. The best way to think about enhancements in anything is you're just writing in a phrase. It's, hey, drunk with my buddies. If you're drunk with your buddies, then that's going to be very different. You know, it might come up and, you know, cause problems just as much as it's going to be helping you. Yeah. Number 3, without accompanying drawbacks, he said to make even difficult rolls quite easy to remove the challenge inherent in rolling it all. Edges do grant you thing. There's a lot of things when it comes to like teamwork, what scale works like. Most things are based off of scale, which is the bigger the thing is, the more difficult it is to interact with it. It is the thing at scale 2 can easily move a car. This thing at scale 0 cannot. The giant spider the size of a house can very easily move aside the car. It's not a question about that. Like, it can be opposed by defensive scale enhancements such as tank armor. That's kind of the idea. Things are different scaled up or down in certain cases, certain situations. So, stunts are odd, very odd. So, the main thing with the idea of stunts is you can spend successes to do cooler stunts. Let's say I roll, I have 2 extra stunts, I could do something and it might grant me the ability to do it faster, do it easier, or something like that. Yeah, pull an extra tire out of the pot, causing avalanche of burning tires to block the zombies and make it difficult for them to follow. Threshold successes, complex actions. Kind of fairly simple, screwing up if you completely fuck up. Even if you fuck up, you're going to get something called momentum. Momentum can be used to activate certain things. You can use it to assist yourself. You can twist fate, chance meetings, but you can also do it like, hey, what are we doing? You can add dice. We got a little bit of momentum. I need something. Oh no, I'm going to activate something. I'm going to use momentum. Oh no, we need 1 more interval of this extended check to do something. We're going to spend momentum. If you botch miserably, everyone laughs at you. Everyone just laughs at you. Everyone's funny. Everyone finds it funny. The rest of this is like, what do these look like? It's just rolling that same system. Oh no, we're doing information gathering. What do we need to do? It's the exact same system. Oh no, we need to talk to people in the exact same system. Most of the idea is building bonds, building relationships. How do we do that? How does it work? But welcome to violence, what we actually give a shit about. As you can kind of see, a lot of items on a lot of tags on various items that all do something slightly different. What do we need to do if I want to fucking kill you? I want to shoot you in the face with a gun. What do I need to do? What you need to do is beat their defense. Easy enough to understand. That's all you need to worry about. I draw my gun. I'm aiming at you with my gun. What do I need to actually roll? I'm going to roll that, and I need to beat your defense. Easy enough. Doesn't do any substantial roll enough success equal to or exceeds the opponent's defense. The attack connects with the target. It doesn't do any substantial damage. May also spend additional to incorporate stunts to ranging from inflicting injury conditions to more cinematic effects. If you don't beat them, here's the thing: if you don't beat them, they are going to be able to resist it effectively, but you can still hit them. It's easy to hit somebody and give them conditions, even if you don't do a lot of damage or any damage to them. So it's like close combat attack, for example, right here. Strike an opponent close range with either a weapon or with that. So it's like kind of like declare your targets, declare defense action. Everyone rolls. Hey, did we do it? Cool. So let's say I roll for my close combat. What do I want to do? Hey, critical hits. How much critical hit? I do a critical hit. Got an injury condition. I blind you. I disarm you. I establish a grapple. I faint. Oh, I knock your ass down. I just fucking steal something from you. There's a lot of these different ones, but a lot of them really boil down to you're disarming someone, you're in a critical hit, you're within range, you're not within range. Oh no, we're trying to do something. What do we want to do? Dodge. That's the plan. Just dodge. Like, yeah, every success on the defense roll increases the difficulty of defending character to be hit by a 1-to-1 basis. Just dodge. What do you want to do? Please try to avoid getting your shit rocked. Most of the time you're going to be dodging, but it's like, okay, we want to get into cover. You want to avoid, you want to eat injury conditions, but you also don't want to do that. However, when you do get hit, you're going to be taking an injury condition. That's kind of the idea. It's like, hey, what happens when we actually get hit by an attack? What you're actually doing is taking damage down here with conditions. So I would write in here, busted up leg, injured, shot, bullet in the arm, bleeding profusely, and then I'm dying or whatever. That's kind of the idea. Leave bruises and broken bones. Can see this. Medical attention. Medical attention. You want to get more momentum out of this shit as much as you can, and you're not going to have fun doing it. Anytime you get taken out, you're fucked. You're not dying. That's the thing. You're not dying while you're taken out. You're just not fighting. All suck. Taken out. They were conscious but sustained major injuries. Oh no. Calling red involves prone. Then you take it in defense. Yeah. Pretty much when you do hit the idea of bleeding out, you are clearly not doing well. That's kind of the idea there. You are clearly not doing well. That's kind of the problem, you could say. Various threat types, inflicted damage. That poor relatively speaking. This is the idea of dying, though. You've died. Oh no. Your body is broken down into a fungal smear. You're gonna roll integrity plus resolve. You can choose to switch things if you want, but you're gonna rake your integrity plus resolve. And if you succeed, and you succeed, it's pretty much 1 for, difficulty 1 for every death you've had. You get to get back up. So if you do get bitten by a zombie, you don't actually turn into a zombie. What you do is you get a trauma condition, because obviously that kind of fucks you up, being dead. One of the other things is, it's all just numb. Nothing can really prepare you for this, even if you've seen others go through it or been through it yourself before. Having a heart scoured bare by retching is retching no matter how you look at it. Yeah. One of the ideas is dying you can come back to life relatively easily. The issue is, I think one of the biggest issues is you come back to life as just a hollow person. There's still a penalty for death, but not like a huge penalty. Except by the time you hit like difficulty 2 or 3, after your like 3rd death, things get really complicated coming back to life. And once you hit that point, you're kind of fucked. My favorite kind of punks. Yeah, punks eat food. Make sure to hunt people. Make sure to hunt food. Yeah, radiation damage. Woo, weather damage. Illness. Woo! Yeah, technically you can develop Napoleon complexes if you want. Yeah, alright. It's like, okay. This is like all of the melee weapons. It's like, what do you mean these are all the melee weapons? If you've noticed, all of these do look vaguely similar. I don't know if this is just the version of the game we have, or this is the actual kind of the final, escalation of things. It's like, oh, this is kind of lame. Kind of what the factions look like. Factions are kind of dull. I kind of talked about this before. Factions are kind of dull. If you want to go down the idea of faith, you can. And faith is actually pretty good. Because faith gives you a bunch of edges. Like, that's one of the funny things. You actually get a lot of different edges by going down faith. And you can get a bunch of bonuses and also miracles because it's Dark Souls. Yeah. I have a bunch of these notes, by the way, from 2019. Yeah, Maldeojo. Oathbreaker. Oathbreaker, branded by the faith. Yeah, you wanna play a psychic? Yeah, you can. Hey, you wanna go... You wanna use any of these other abilities? Yeah, you can. You wanna be legitimately... You wanna play a Magic Dark... Is this Dark Soul... Okay, let's just play a game. Is this Dark Souls Zombie Edition? Use this Apocalypse to Dark Souls? Yeah, a little bit. There is... Some things just don't have art here. There's a little bit of that. I'll say that right now. You kind of see all these different little bonuses and conditions and all these evidence things. Do you like the story path system? If you got any questions, feel free to ask. you like the story path system? If the answer is like, yeah, I like the story path system, I think it's a very interesting system, then Dystopia Rising is exactly what you think it's going to be. I think the issue with Dystopia Rising Evolution, for me anyway, is story path is about storytelling, and that's what it does really well. It does very powerful people being very powerful, and the drama that comes around it. I don't think it does this very well because it's like, you suck, we're a zombie thing, but we shouldn't tell you anything about combat because combat is what this system combat has never been done well in this system. Even fucking Exalted's combat sucks. Oh god. Got something in my nose. Oh god. I'm breaking down, everybody. I'm breaking down. I'm falling apart. I've got the zombie virus. But yes, Dystopia Rising isn't bad. It's just like, why does this game exist? Like, that's my question. I'm like, are you invested in the Dystopia Rising setting? It has some interesting beats to it, but it's like, is story path an ideal way of doing this? Probably not. But that's kind of the nature of the beast there a little bit. So we're gonna do the interesting one now. Welcome to Infected. Not exactly the most interesting name in the world, and probably a game that you will find it very difficult to find. So, at first I saw this game, I'm like, oh boy. This game's gonna be a weird one. Gonna be a weird stinker, because it just kind of looks cheap, and it's kind of weird. I'm like, I don't know. I look at this and I was like, okay, I'm not exactly like, not feeling too confident, but that's where things start getting a little bit weird with Infected. Oh, goodness. Oh. So, Infected. That RPG character sheet, we don't need that. Infected is... This is a very difficult game to find, by the way. By Immersion Studios, you kind of see here. This is really their, like, only game they've made. And I was like, oh, alright. You know, Infected, Electrum Seller, Oliver R. Shed. Or Shed, or whatever the fuck his name is. I was like, alright. You know, it's just like, what has he done? Infected stuff. This is all he's done is just Infected RPG. It's like scenarios. I'm assuming there's probably some bonus rules in here somewhere. But like, this is what he has done. This is what Immersion Studios has done primarily. This is like what the main guy has done over the year. I'm like, oh, okay. Even here, if you go to like the digital store, what can we buy at the digital store? The infected capitalization section. There's the full one here. Let's go to do we have anything? We just go to immersionrpg.com. What do we got here? Oh wow, look everyone, it's Infected. This game actually came out in like 2016. This game is pretty old at this point. I haven't really seen anything about it. And it's like, alright, like, I wonder what's freelancers or also benefit. This is the main guy, Oliver R. Shed. Best-selling indie author, is the creator of the Immersion RPG and founder of Immersion Systems. You know, been creating many years now. I'm like, alright. You know, piece of Immersion, yeah, it's like kind of a weird team. But if you look at Oliver O. Shed, this is him. I was like, alright. I mean, there was like, let's take a look around. What can I find about the guy? He's got an Instagram. He looks very different. I'm gonna say this. This looks very different to me than this guy right here. This little fucking, like, looks like Tobey Maguire. But he does a lot of 40k stuff. That's like one thing about him that I realize. He does a lot of 40k stuff. He's a big ol' nerd from Australia. Big ol' Australian nerd. He's actually, looks pretty nice. Like, he's good at what he does. I'll say that. So I'm like, all right, interesting enough. So I'm like, all right, do you have anything else exciting shared? No? All right. Like, let me see. Like, we got anything on this guy? Yeah. Nope. We've got Immersion RPG. I can always understand the second you see something, you just buy. That's like the one thing there. It's like, okay. Jet Lieberson. Let me see. Come on. Give me something interesting. And he doesn't even exist on half of them. It's fucking arterial pressure. Yep. Pigeon, like, film and photography. Yeah, because this was actually a Kickstarter. I should bring that up. Infected RPG Kickstarter. Is this the right one? No, this isn't the right one. It does exist, I swear, but it's not, again, this is very difficult to find anything for. Yeah, there we go. Infected Zombie RPG. Yeah, it's right here. Has Oliver done anything else Kickstarter-wise? No. Does his Twitter for Immersion Studios even exist? Yeah, and guess what? He just posts the same thing over and over again. Yeah. He was on Google Plus for a time. But yeah, actually didn't make a huge amount of money, but it made its goal pretty easily. A bunch of setting packs. So I looked a little bit into it. I'm like, okay, was there any problems with shipping or anything like that? No, actually. Everything seemed to go completely smoothly for this guy. Alright. Okay, alright. You know what, fuck it. There's nothing weird about this game. I was like, alright, you know what? Maybe that's going to be a good thing. Maybe that's going to be a bad thing. I don't know yet. Horus Heresy guy, too. Oh, yeah. He's very much a Horus Heresy guy. Likes his 40k. If you give me one moment, I need it. Hello, I'm back. I'm alive. Infected. Yes, hello, infected. Various different people. Written, typeset, art directed, and designed by Oliver O'Shea. O'Shea, alright. I'm like, okay. What's going on with this game? This one's a little bit weird. Pretty standard zombie apocalypse scenario. You've seen it before, kind of thing. When I say zombie apocalypse scenario, I already know what's going on. However, things start getting a little bit weird. We talk about what things are, what RPGs are. But I need to explain the system a little. The system's a little bit different than usual. Because I'm going to say this is a D10 system. That's the thing. It's a D10 system. And in case you're wondering, what the fuck do you mean by that? And the answer is, don't worry. Yeah, effectively, infected are also kind of more adaptable undead. They aren't shamblers or anything like that. They actually can use items that can actually use things to beat you to death with. So, this is going to get a little bit weird, but the main thing is you have your attributes and your skills. Do you have any circumstances that are going to help you? Well, you got some advantage and disadvantage, and any vital statistics. Okay? Whenever you roll a check, don't have a chance, many things don't have a chance of failure. Driving to work every day doesn't tax you, whatever you roll. So most actions roll 2d10, 1d10 plus attribute, and 1d10 plus skill. The target number is 11. Every action in the Immersion RPG system uses 2d10 to determine its resolution. So, this is where things start getting a little bit strange. Attribute is always referred to first, and skill or statistic rolled when is always referred to as a second. Alright, these are your primary dice. These are very important. Very, very important to understand. So, I'm gonna take my 2d10s here. I got 2d10s. Okay, so I'll use them being very different colors so I can tell them apart. So, the goal is roll an 11 or higher. That's all you need to do. Roll an 11 or higher. Because what you're doing is either dice can succeed on different rolls. So as you you can kind of see here, hey, I rolled a 9 plus my brawn of 5 is 14, so I scored 4 successes. 4 plus my athletics is 7 equal 11, so I got 1 success, so I got 5 successes. Kenshi here, this is Kenshi Kazuma. Let's say he needs to make a dexterity plus hand-to-hand fight. So he's going to take both of his dice, and he's going to make his dexterity check. He rolled an 11. He got 1 success on his dexterity. But let's roll his hand-to-hand. He got 17. That's 7 whole successes. 7 successes. So in total, he scored 8 successes. Actually, he would score 9 successes. That's how many successes he actually ended up with. This system is fucking weird. Do not get me wrong. This is a weird system, but I kind of like it. Like, it's a weird idea, and just like when you first present it, you're like, D10 beat 11. That doesn't make any sense. But the numbers are usually big enough where it's like, yeah, okay, I can see that. And then you look at it, you're like, oh, all right, this makes sense, I think. And it's like, oh, what's the difficulty? Well, you need to beat a difficulty of, usually you kind of see it like here. This is the gradients of success. Getting 5 successes, you're doing pretty well. Getting 1 or 2 successes is oof. Bungling something is you rolled 0 successes and rolled a natural 1. Oh no. Something happened. If you both roll 1s and still fucking fail miserably, which you would, by the way, you get an epic bungle. technically you have a 1% chance of epic bungling. It's weird to say, hey, you look at it, you're like, oh, okay. Like, that's why I say it's not quite a 2d10 system, but I wouldn't also not call it a 2d10 system. Because it's a 1d10, 1d10 system. That's the best way to kind of think about it. The 1d10 times 2. So, very basic character sheet. You kind of see here, we're just going to swing by there. As you kind of see our attribute levels, they give you a lot of attributes to play with, because you need a lot of them in this game. Arguments, persuasiveness, tact, awareness. Nothing is really too strange. Resolve and luck are weird. We'll talk about resolve and luck in a bit. And you kind of see skills as well. Skills also kind of mostly understandable. Some of them are a little bit weird. Military is kind of a weird skill. Technically, you want to have dodge in everything, because dodge is the best skill in the game. The fact that melee and hand-to-hand are actually split up is a little bit funky, but I understand why. Also, circumstances also do the same thing. It's like, hey, what do these actually do? Everything's ranked. That's the big thing. Everything is always ranked. Ranked. We like ranking. So, whatever you do, your base health is actually important. This is the big idea. Your base health is going to be divided among your actual wound level. So, let's say, for example, you have a base health of, like for example, I have a base health of 8. I have an additional health of 5 because I bought some. I have a total health of 13. I have to divide 13 health among 3 parts here. If you got a nice number that you can kind of divide into 3 easily, awesome. You're gonna have life is gonna be a lot easier. If you don't, you kind of gotta do this. They say like, oh, just make it as even as possible. I would say split up as even as possible, and then put it going from battered, injured, and wounded. Not like just put everything into wounded. That would technically be even. That's just me. And morality. You're gonna need to make morality checks every now and again. You can set this, it's optional. You don't need it. I would still say set it though. It's an interesting mechanic. Would you classify the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand as an epic bungle? Well, I mean, that would be, to me anyway, that's a perfect success. He did shoot the guy. Mr. Ferdinand didn't quite succeed in his save, though. Most of the thing, like, they kind of give you everything you need to know. It's like, okay, what does the statistic look like? This. Hey, how many skills look the same? That's what you're doing. Now, there's gonna come points where you need to roll multiple dice. This is why I say it's not quite a 2d10 system. Because what you're doing is saying, hey, you can add multiple die, and they're also going to be added their own thing here. You do not add them all together and then be like, oh, well, how many successes over did I get? No. Because a 10 plus 11 is a 21, and that's way better than an 11, which is only a single success. So it's like, okay, we've rolled, how many of these actually beat 11? And you kind of see there, like, oh, you scored 6 successes. You can roll multiple dice. Usually it's only 3. Sometimes you might get more, sometimes you might get less, depends on the situation. And then you could pump the air and shout Natch 10. You get +1 success if you roll a 10. Because it's pretty much impossible for you to fuck up unless you have a 0 skill in something. But if you have a 0 skill in something, you already are going to be in a bad point. And if you roll a natural 1, life makes fun of you. You can still technically succeed at a check. That's the thing. You can succeed at a check, but still fuck it up a little bit. Always remember that. You can still fuck up. Then we get kind of passive and most penalties. When someone says you have a -2 or you got a 3 to a check, what happens is that affects the number of successes. So it could say, hey, you got a -3 penalty to something. And so if I got a -3 penalty, I roll 5 successes. I only rolled 2 successes. Now, if your penalty is too much, you can never like crit fail, like you roll nothing, you just don't succeed. Now, when you're opposing someone, most of the time, you're going to be rolling against each other's successes. Whoever has the most successes is going to win. If you don't get enough successes, you're not going to pretty much pass. It's kind of someone puts up a wall, you're trying to break through the wall. They could also roll 1 success and you roll 11 successes and you just get to laugh at them all the way back to the bank. Now, this is where things, when it gets to bonuses and penalties, this is where things get a little bit bad. I don't like this section as much because the wording can get a little bit funky. So, the entire idea is that you're going to be getting bonuses and penalties. This is the basic idea when it says, oh, here are bonuses and penalties. So when you get a bonus, what effectively occurs, this affects the die roll. So if I have a +1/+1, I roll this, I would end up increasing my success. I would increase my margin, which might increase my number of successes by 1 and might increase my successes by nothing. It kind of depends on the circumstance, but these affect the roll. Penalties, on the other hand, affect the number of successes you get. Which is like, oh, that's kind of weird because you'll find out later there are bonuses that actually give you just flat bonuses. It's very odd, and I don't much care for it. It's this particular system. I mean, like, make a decision. Do you want to do the level of bonuses? Do you want to do this? But I understand why they want to do this. Because this is how you score successes, and they just don't want to give you free successes because most things need 1 success. But on the other hand, they just want to take away your successes as well. It's like, oh, kind of weird. Yeah. You can also spend luck to avoid bungling. Bungling is bad. Bungling makes everything go wrong. Everyone makes fun of you. Because life is, like, you kind of even see that they actually talk about things. It's like, what happens when you bungle? Well, I rolled a 7. A complication arises. You get embarrassed. You get entanglement. You faceplant. What is faceplant? Promising something very valuable that they simply don't have. Climbing down a cliff, been bitten by a snake. Making a boast to an ally to make the character look like a pompous fool and embarrass the ally in front of others. Trying to buy something that's illegal in the town or in some way get them into serious trouble. They aren't really defined, but they give you enough to work with that it's like, okay, this is fun. Now, this is resolve and this is resolve and luck. Technically, these are 2 meta currencies, but they also act as... But here's the thing. They're meta currencies, but they're also attributes. So, resolve can give you a +2/+2. This is huge. +2/+2 is insane. You can also remove damage penalties. Also function while dying. The higher your resolve, the easier it is for you to power through misery effectively. And, however, luck, on the other hand, is you can spend it to prevent a bungle or re-roll. Luck is not as valuable, but luck saves your ass. Resolve makes it so you can power through problem. Now, you do recover at a 1 point per day, and you can reward them for good role playing. I do enjoy this. I think it's a lot of good ideas. They could probably merge resolve and luck together, into a single thing, that would be my thing would be merge luck and resolve into a single resource, and then give us like a willpower one. Give us like a willpower attribute that is the power through misery kind of thing. That's just acts as an attribute. That would be my thing. You can spend your resolve, or you can power through with your willpower, but it's not as good. So, I chose to make a novice, but you can't. I would say, like, if you want to make a well-rounded character, experienced works, veteran, a little. I would say, like, generally speaking, novice to experienced is going to be your best bet. Experience is easier simply because there's it's just easier to actually just do all the math. Like, hey, we got some basic character concepts. All right, easy enough to understand. Now, our attributes, you're going to buy what your starting attributes are pretty much double whatever they start out. You want to spend a good amount, and you kind of see I spent a good amount. I'm not very sociable. Kenshi is not a very sociable person. He's very aware. He's very dexterous. But he doesn't really need to be much else. He's okay with that. Now, you're going to then buy all your skills. You need to buy every single skill by hand. That's just something you gotta do. I didn't spend too many skill points. I could have probably spent more to make things a lot easier on myself, but I chose not to. As you can kind of see, you know, it's like put a little bit of skills into everything. Even having like 2 skills is valuable. A little bit of wealth. You got some new weapons on there. You got a bunch of allies. You got a little bit of experience. And then we look at advantages and disadvantages. Hey, you got a disadvantage. You know, it's another disadvantage. You also have an enemy. Oh, we got some bonuses. And then we calculate our vital statistics. Are always valuable. Buy some extra health. Got some morality at 4. That's it. This is what a basic character looks like. It's not difficult to get a character up and running. I would say, like, you kind of, I didn't spend as much on attribute as skills as I think I should have. I could have probably spent more than investing a lot into these advantages and disadvantages. That was my choice. I thought it was going to be a good idea. I thought that was going to be real cool. Ooh. Let me see. Basic character concept. You can just roll all these things. The thing is, you don't need to. This is just all example stuff. Like, if you have a very particular idea in mind, you can. Then you're just choosing your attributes, selecting your skills. More the merrier. I would say always invest in dodge. Always invest in at least one combat skill. At least a little bit into melee, a little bit into ranged, or, you know, kind of emphasize one or the other. Have a little bit in the other just in case you are in a situation like that. Because even like Kenshi Kenji's got a little bit of range. He's not going to be the kind of guy who's going to like go out of his way to pop a motherfucker, but he can shoot if he needs to. And he's good at shooting. That's the thing. He's good at shooting. He just doesn't really want to. He wants to use his cool katana because I can use my cool katana. If you give me the option for a katana, I'm going to use a katana. I'll have you know, America is a katana society. Various pieces of equipment. You kind of see there. You kind of see like here. You can buy a lot of different circumstances. You got a lot of freedom in this game, and I would say one of the issue is that you have a lot of, how do I want to word this? You have a lot of resources. They throw a lot at you right away, and they say, just work on it. And you're like, oh, what do you mean work on it? Just, oh, you have stuff. Oh. What do you mean? I just got, here's more shit. You can increase things with experience points, or you can do it through role-playing. Most of the time, it's going to be role-playing. Kind of see here more, hey, extra dice. Some circumstances grant extra dice. Cool, add more dice. Oh, you would add this instead. Status, reputation. Most of the advantages and disadvantages are pretty simple. You're very patient with things. Cool. You're immune. You have immunity. You get additional die in rolls to resist future infection of the virus. Cool. They're very analytical. You got favorite arm. Favorite arm's a little bit goofy. That's just the wording on it. I know what they're trying to say. I do kind of see here. Where was gutsy? +1 on all resolve checks overcome fear, nervousness, or intimidation. Because when it says like this, for example, like +1, 0, it's +1 to your attribute, +0 to your skill roll. So anytime you're using resolve, like anytime you use your resolve to overcome these fear checks, then you can use it to do something. Hey, anytime you use this, it's suddenly. That's kind of the idea there. Anytime this occurs. Ooh. Generally, you just don't start. There aren't many like how do I want to do? You don't get like huge weird ones in this game. You get some like agile, which agile is really good if you want to play a very particular kind of character, which I chose to play a very particular kind of character. Until you hit like about level 8, then you start getting some weirder ones like, oh, you get Devil's Own, change 1 roll session, spend 1 resolve and add a luck to roll of any of the extra dice. Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, cool. Disadvantages, again, they don't really start getting weird till about level 4. That's when you start getting things like dependence, arrowed, smoker. You start also getting more of them down here, which is like, ooh, you're fucking horribly scarred. You're addicted. You have a lavish lifestyle. You're an actual carrier. Oh god. I'm sneezing, everybody. I'm sneezing. Yeah, lots of charts, lots of easy things to kind of like quickly give a lot of things to get you into it. And I'm okay with this. I'm okay with getting me into it. Buying extra health, still fucking weird though. I don't like the idea you can buy extra health. I get what they're doing, it's just weird. Because the idea is you can buy just random extra health, just a little bit, and health is valuable, don't get me wrong, health is incredibly valuable. But it's like the fact that you can just buy it, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's kind of see like, you can resist getting battered pretty easily. Once you start getting injured, you start taking -1. Once you start getting wounded, though, that's when you start taking -2 to things. It's like, ow. Bones. My bones. What do you want me to do? Starve? So yeah, it's once you take one big hit, you're kind of fucked. Damn it, various damage penalties. Lucy has 5 bronze, 6 luck, 11 health total. 3, 4, 4. It doesn't really tell you of like where you have to put things. Oh, it's 3, 4, 4. Oh, it's 4, 3, or 4, 4, 3 or whatever. I went with the idea of putting it up higher. That was my belief. We're gonna put things higher up and then build down. Like you can resist more, but when it starts taking damage, you start taking damage. That was my belief, but they don't really tell you. Just split it evenly. I'm like, oh, Did I miss the red market? No, you did not miss red market. However, after infected, we'll be going over that one. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yes, characteristic damage. You can do characteristic damage. Don't bother with the optional rule. I don't really much care. I don't care for that one. They do have different healing times. Generally speaking, you're healing very slowly. That's either 1 per day, 1 per week, 1 per month. You can go down very quickly. You're going to heal your battered first, and then your injuries, then your wounds. Which is like, oh. Yeah, I would say like... Yeah, different health levels. They talk about this a lot because they kind of have to. It's... You need to be quickly brought back up with medical stuff. His penalty, he gets 3 successes and failed, dropping to -4 health. Another 10 minutes goes by, and the resolve chicken gets negative, but he fails, drops to -5. Yeah, it is very, very slow to get things. As you kind of see here, morality checks are kind of lame. I don't much care for them. The entire concept is that your morality is going to fall gradually if you perform evil acts, but it will increase if you are a good person or you can buy them. They don't really provide any benefits outside like, oh, they can acquire reputation at a bonus, or I can just buy it with a... That was kind of like my thing. I'm like, yeah, that could be kind of fixed. It's a dull mechanic. It doesn't really do anything, and it's optional, so it doesn't really feel like it does much. Hello, Zen. I'll miss red markets and KSCTB CBT. Am I right thinking this game where one of the superheroes infected or some shit? No. This is not. Infected is not. This is just a fairly simple Zomberino game. You're gonna get some XP every now and again. Generally speaking, if you're doing well, you're gonna get about like 8 XP. Like 5 to 8 XP pretty consistently, which it's easy to level up in this game. Equipment, a lot of stuff in this game. I'm gonna kind of skip through a lot of this. They talk about how guns are made, about how medicine kind of is, what vehicles look like, oil and things like that. Yeah, they kind of talk about that. They can't really talk about currency because currency is kind of a meme in this game. Most things have hardness ratings. The idea is that you cannot hit something that is 2 hardness levels up. But you're going to do double damage to something that is 2 hardness levels down. So, hey, a handgun is going to do nothing against a Humvee. A fist is going to do nothing against a metal door. An assault rifle is going to damage a Humvee, though. It's going to gradually damage it. Not going to do a lot, but it's going to do something. I take a bat to your car, it's going to do damage. Like, it's going to do damage gradually, but it's not going to, like, destroy a car. It's going to take some time. If I want to punch you in the face, I'm going to try to absorb some damage. I'm going to shoot you. God help you, you have a ballistic vest. However, the big idea is absorbing damage. That's the main thing. You want to absorb damage because you're going to be rolling. Let's say I take some damage. If I can absorb the damage, that's me just not taking damage. And that's one of like the key things you want to do. Now you kind of see here none of the guns are very don't come into this expecting like really different guns. They give you some examples. Have no fear. We can do an MP5. You want to do a machine pistol. Good old-fashioned AK-47. Pistol light, pistol heavy. You know how it goes. M18 Claymore, M19 Mine. Like, they added, like, you just have a Mossberg. Yeah, a lot of these, you know, different kind of things. Like, kind of just put it like, yeah, here's a zip gun, here's a heavy pistol. Fuck you, do whatever you want. Most things are pretty simple when it comes to it. Yeah. Interestingly enough, they do actually add in, like, here's a combat knife. Hey, here's a sword. Swords are kind of good in this game because they have a parry bonus. That's the main advantage of them. They have a parry bonus. Where a lot of games actually, where a lot of the weapons don't have that parry bonus. However, also, fun fact, you don't need to use a chainsaw with 2 hands. I just thought that would be funny. You can only you can use a chainsaw with 1 hand actually in this game apparently. Swords are actually HR2, so they actually do pretty good damage against someone who is unarmored. The chainsaw is in my hand. No, this is not the Ash versus the Art. This is not versus Ash from the Evil Dead. No. We already went over the Army of Darkness RPG like 7 million years ago. Over 800,000 years ago, we went over the Army of Darkness RPG. I will say, a spear is superior to a sword, unfortunately. So America is not a katana society. America is, in fact, a spear society. Unga fuck you, bunga. Yeah, very small weapons. The thing is, like, things like a knife, like a pencil, like it damages +0 or something like this. Maybe like, oh, well, that doesn't do anything. You know, it's not adding damage. It's not helping you at all. One of the big things with it is it's increasing your HR from 0 to 1. Me jabbing a pencil into your chest is going to hurt. Doesn't matter what happens. I'm jabbing I'm jabbing something into your fleshy exposed bit that you may not normally have. Me just punching you to death, that's fucking 0. We're just beating the fuck out of each other. Melee weapon breaking. Don't add him. Sucks. Yeah, kind of get leather jackets, sports armor, gold steel plating. You want to be a real hero? Just put on a leather jacket. You look cool doing it. There is nothing more cringe than not looking cool in the apocalypse. Yeah, absorb and parrying is. We'll talk about that when we get to attacks. Individual will be taking damage to the health despite having armor on. For example, wearing heavy armor and fell in a high building would die anyway. Take damage anyway. Think about it a lot. They do like to think about it a lot. It's like ignore HR. You know, if you're getting like hit by a car, like, you know, ballistic armors, light ballistic shield designed as civilian protection, armor damage. A lot of details. So, we've gotten into a fight. Sprinting over, jumping over to catch a high ledge, creeping past the sentry. A lot of different things we can do here. We want to get to combat time. Dun 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 dun. You can make combat very simple. You can also make complex very complicated. Yeah, you know, combat infected is brutal and often very fast. Yeah. So effectively, it's a very quick rounds, very deadly rounds. What happens? We're gonna roll for initiative. Okay, how do we roll for initiative? You're just gonna roll and you're gonna breathe. You know, 1d10 plus base initiative plus mods. You're going to get 1 standard action. 1 action. And you're gonna get more penalties for every action going forward. Kind of see this. Say like, oh, I want to do 2 actions. 2, 3. I want to do 3 actions. 5. Hey, I want to do 4 actions. 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, I want to do this. So do that. It's kind of one of those things where you have to declare that you want to do it. Generally speaking, only really gamble for that first action if you're feeling confident. So why haven't I got copped even a single goddamn feel? Rev's chainsaw, damn these chainsaw hands. This is not my Kickstart moment. Truly, the zombie devil is fucking with me. It's up to standard action, defensive actions. Oh no, I'm being attacked by someone. Hey, what do we do? Uh-oh. So, we roll for initiative, gaining the initiative. This is actually kind of an interesting idea, is the idea of gaining and losing the initiative. Effectively, what occurs is if you defeat an attacking character by 4 or more successes on a defensive roll, do something to knock them down, stand in their eyes, stun them, or anything, you switch places with them in the initiative. It's, hey, it's like, I'm going to attack you, and I fucking annihilate your defense. I completely fucking annihilate you and sidestep you completely. You've lost the initiative currently. You go down, and I take your position. Haha, I'm now taking your position. Now I'm going to be the one to, kind of put myself there, and I can now bash your skull in. You can also lose it by bungling. Bungling is very, very common. You will bungle. So dexterity range, brawn hand-to-hand, or melee attack. Brawn melee. Technically, if you have the agile trait, you can do, dex, hand-to-hand, dex melee. Just bear that in mind. Anytime you want to do anything, it's dex plus the relevant stat. If you're in melee, you can parry, but most of the time, you're going to be dodging. You want to fucking run. That is the plan. You want to run, and you want to get away as fast as physically possible. And how many you actually beat them by is the amount of damage you're going to do. That's the big thing. Your defensive action defends against all attacks in the same round. Apply the same level of success to that attack. Yeah, this is kind of the idea, like, hey. It's like, yeah, if you do a defensive action, there might be 4 attacks. You're taking a -3 at the end of things, for each subsequent attack. So, weapons damage level of any number of successes to the strike. So, if you get, 4 successes on them with a weapon that's, let's say with my katana, for example, if I get 4 successes, I'm going to do 10 damage to you. So that's like, ow, that's going to hurt a lot. I need to absorb that. How are you going to do that? You're going to be making a brawn athletics or armor or brawn armor. Can you absorb it naturally? That's the real question. Can you absorb damage from a bullet? No, its HR is too high. You have been shot by a gun. You are not absorbing that at all. And you're going to rely almost entirely on your armor. Hey, you've been something, braces and use defensive action. Every success removes damage. That's all you're doing. You may add 2 dice to absorb. Brawn may be added to a 3rd die. If hardness rating attack can be absorbed by brawn. HR of the attack and the HR of the armor. So wield heavy ballistic armor. 6/6 HR3. Gets shot with a small handgun HR2. Damage is immediately halved. Neil takes 3 damage, so he rolls to absorb with 2 dice. Gets 4 successes. And receives no damage at all. So it's kind of like you do have ways to get around actually taking damage. You do have ways. But the second you can't absorb that damage is when things start going badly. Then we do like a big kind of initiative. Hey, this is what it kind of be like. Hey, range of 4, pistol gives him +1, +1/0 to the roll. Four success of the strike. He rolls to defend, gets 1 success. 5 damage, rolls to absorb, gets 1 success on his armor. Doesn't succeed very well. Ow. Again, 6 does not mean you're going to 6 does not mean you're going to roll. You have a maximum of 6 successes, but you also have a minimum of no successes. It's very easy. You're going to more likely roll no successes than you are going to roll 1 success. And that's 4 damage. And you kind of look at here, 4 damage, Wicked Gash. Wicked Gash, and now he's at -1 to all of his rolls. That's 1 attack. He didn't absorb from it. 1 attack. And, if Kenshi, for example, if Kenshi's getting attacked, he's going to be able to roll a +3/+3, which isn't a lot. So he doesn't want to get attacked. He wants to cut you down in his first attack. He wants to tear you apart in his first attack and try his best to either decapitate you or make sure that you don't get back up. Or he's so much in your face that you can't do anything. There are different maneuvers you can do. You can dodge, you can parry. Parrying is very good. Blocking, of course. Hand-to-hand, punching, striking, kicking, pushing, all these beautiful things. There's a lot you can do. Mob attacking. Mobs are actually very dangerous because what mobs do is they just roll 1 die for each damage at the level of the skill they're using, and that's how they calculate it. So if there's 5 people in a mob, they're not rolling 1 attack, they're rolling 5 attacks effectively, adding all the successes together. 4, they get 8 successes. You get 5 successes, reducing their strike to 3. Yeah. Even with a, fucking total negative. Yeah, even if you do manage to get, like, something there, you can negate a lot of damage, but getting fucking lit the fuck up ain't gonna do you much good if you're wearing a leather jacket. Master of Kabaraching zombies. Yeah, effectively. You need to Kabarach zombies. We need to invent the Katana Society. You may not like it, but this is what we do. Yeah, short bursting, like, typically known as double tap. Squeeze off 2 or 3 bullets in the type group to kill 1 exact target. You can get +1 die to strike at any level. With a -2 penalty. You have a higher chance of dealing additional damage, but you have it's harder to hit anything. But if you do manage to hit someone, well, we get to add more die, fully automatic. Because remember, every single one of these can generate up to unholy numbers of successes. Let's say, for example, you have a 7 range. You're very proficient at range damage. You do full auto. Let's say you do full auto. How many successes do? Let's roll some dice. That would be 7, so that's 2, 5, 7. So that is 14 currently. So that would be 15. Let's roll. That would be 4 dice. Let's roll more. 14. Yeah. So we ended up with doing about 15 damage for a total of 6 minus 6 for that. That would be about 15. That would be about 9 damage. 9 damage ain't bad. Generally speaking, it ain't bad. And I rolled pretty dog shit there. Add in a bunch of bonuses or other features, and then suddenly you can really get some big numbers there. Especially if you kind of close the distance a lot more, then suddenly you are completely opening up a motherfucker. Especially when you consider that all of these are added at the end for the amount of damage with that particular gun, which can be even more. Targeting strikes. Effectively, what Kenshi wants to do here is that he wants to aim for the head. That's the big thing. He wants to aim for the head. Is that he's got his katana, he swings, he rushes forward, he wants to look at it, and he wants to see what's there. He's like, if I'm feeling confident, I want to hit you in the head with my sword. What is hitting someone? You can't absorb, with the brawn attribute. But are you wearing a helmet? Hey, that's fine. Hey, I want to hit you in a limb. I want to cripple one of your limbs. I want to stun you. I want to do something to really fuck your day up with a big, big, nasty hit. Yeah, fire damage, obviously. The world as we know it. Most of the NPCs are actually broken down into very simple, stat blocks like this. They don't have this is kind of a major character. Like, let me see. This is what like a basic character would look like. You kind of see they don't have like really split up stats or anything. They just have physical, social, mental, and spiritual. That's all they have. What are their skills? This. Don't need to worry about anything else. I do like this. I like having really simple characters. They talk about the setting a little bit. It's kind of like Northcom and NORAD have broken apart and they dislike each other a lot. That's the entire idea. A lot of characters are there. You kind of see, NORAD, Aligned, little NORAD. They kind of talk about the setting a lot. I wasn't really too fascinated by the setting at all. I was like, yep, that definitely exists. It definitely does in fact exist. We go all the way down here, narrator section. Talk about how the plot lines, storylines, they give you a lot of charts and stuff to play with. And I like that. A couple of example characters to play around with. This is kind of the sample scenario. If we go all the way to the bottom here, you kind of get some very basic, like, hey, what does a soldier look like? This is what a soldier is. Hey, we want to fight a bandit. What does a bandit look like? This is what a bandit is. Bandits are scary because they've got guns. What do? Just fucking shoot them in the head. What does villagers look like? What does the sheriff look like? It's easy enough to deal with some certain things. That's a terrible way of wording that. It's very easy to make what you want with Infected. I like it Infected. I think the system is a little goofy at points, and what you have to do is you have to look at it, you have to read it, and then you have to readjust the way you think about certain things. It's not a 2d10 system, it's a d10 plus d10 system. You need to beat 11, but your stats are going to be high, so that's not implausible. You need to there's a lot of little numbers that can pop up with this game, but that's not a problem because a lot of the little numbers make sense. Hey, I'm agile. What does that actually mean? I can use my dexterity instead of my brawn for some things. Understandable. Hey, I'm calm. What do I get? I get a +1/0 to this. Okay. Hey, I'm this. I get a +1/0. Hey, I'm this. I get a +2/2. There's a lot of little numbers, but never like any huge. You don't have to do a shit ton of math at any point. I actually like Infected. I think this game is really interesting, and it kind of sucks they never really developed out the immersion system. I think it could be interesting for a couple different. I think it could be interesting for different things. If that makes sense. It could be interesting for different settings, different role-playing opportunities, different worlds, and things like that. I think it could be a lot more interesting. I think it just, one of the reasons it never really took off was, one, probably no one really heard about it. And it was it entered a very popular genre with games already in it, and it was a very boring name. This is the worst fucking name ever. For any game ever. Do not name your fucking game Infected. Why would you do this to yourself? And I think that's kind of one of the one of the larger issues with the game is that people probably don't know about it because the name is terrible. And because the name is terrible, is like, oh. Yeah, so it's like, if you can kind of get over that, it's like, yeah, you can actually do quite a lot with this. You can play this without any zombies, really, and it would work pretty well. Again, maybe he's planning on doing something else. Again, he's released a bunch of expansions and scenarios and stuff for it, so maybe he's wanting to. Maybe my video will inspire. Maybe I will be making a video on this one. Maybe I can inspire him to new heights and all that jazz. Okay, you wanted this. Let's talk about it. This is the dream. Like a dream. Snake eater. So. Red markets. I was pitched this game in a few different ways. I've heard that this is the best zombie role-playing game of all time. I've also heard that this is communism by way of zombies. After reading it, after understanding it, to me, Zombunism. Make sure you spend lots of time reading the lore. Yeah, okay, we'll read the lore together, everyone. But let's first start off with the real lore. We'll start with the real important stuff. What is Red Markets? Red Markets is a game of economic horror. Gotta see this. Here's all the detail you really need to know. It's called the profit system. Do you get it? Yeah, this was actually any nominated best game. Everything's player generated. It's interpersonal system, modular design, and scalable difficulty. Quick and easy scenario design. I'm like, all right. Yeah, it's like, got a bunch of things here. And mind you, these are all very important. You need every single one of these sheets. I don't know why this is a fucking doc. That's very lazy. You will need most of these sheets. When you might look at this being like, holy shit, this is horrifying. This is vital. You will need it. You do have the the full inventory gear list here, right? You're going to need this. It's like, here's the, auto calculate that includes random generators. Here's the web app. Here's the collaborative score sheet. There's a lot of things here. You kind of see. Yeah, I was like, okay, there's the blog. He is working on a second edition. This is the big thing. Hebanon second edition. And I was like, oh, all right, that's kind of interesting. Like, I wonder what's going on. I wonder what's going on there. Because yes, there is going to be a second edition for Red Market. And a little bit worried about that. He does have a Patreon though. Hebanon Games, as you can kind of see here, creating actual plays, tabletop RPGs, and mistakes in real time. Hello, Caleb. This is our. Now, this is one thing to note. This is not his only Patreon. He's got one other Patreon. You may be saying, wait, that sounds weird. Yeah, because he also makes a bunch of Delta Green content called Delta Green Dead Channels. He has effectively 2 Patreons. It's a little weird, but I mean, I've seen it before because it seems to be more like a company. Well, this is his own. This is his personal one. This is his like specifically just for Delta Green shit. I always find it weird when people have more than one Patreon. Yeah. Yeah, crit success. Wow. Wow. Yeah, so my poor computer has been making funny noises recently. Yeah, this is Red Markets, way back in yesteryear. This came out in 2016, everyone. Yes, this is when it first delivered anyway, but released in about 2017, 2018. Economic horror. Do you get it? Wrong end of the... It's a cutthroat capitalism with a knife at your neck. It's the wrong end of the economy. Get it? Taking casualties. Just another day at the office. Do you get it? It's called the recession and the loss. Do you get it? There's the recession and the lost. Economic horror. Do you get it yet? Do you get it? Aren't you getting it yet? Inclusive characters. The institutions of the old world picked favorites when rescuing citizens, though from margins of society were disappropriately abandoned. Minorities, genders, orientations, belief society would rather forget. And the profitable. Do you get it? Do you get it, everyone? Do you get it that capitalism is bad? Do you get it? Are you getting it yet? Why aren't you getting it? Materials for every number makes a moment. Complex, strategic, social combat. Thematic integrity. The economic horror. Do you get it yet, guys? Do you get it? Like, I'm just keep saying this. Make sure you spend a lot of time with zombieism. This mistakes are very true. I'm protruding. Real, two Patreon makes sense if you make things for multiple groups of people. Yeah, I don't know. It always feels weird. The economics, how much money does he make from two Patreons talking random shit? You feel it, Mr. Krabs? This man, first man sacrificed with a zombie in the apocalypse. Yeah, as you kind of see, he made a bunch of kicks. You know, kind of a lot of these. A carrying economy, PDF, offset print run. I'm like, oh, all right. There were actually people. Someone actually paid $1,500 for this, by the way. That was a big thing. Someone paid $1,500 for Red Markets. Now, interesting thing was this little note here. Stretch goals are all written. The problem is that stretch goal money for art and layout was spent on the shipping fiasco. I'll put the stretch goals when book sales, freelancing checks, and other projects provide enough funds to complete them. It appears that there were some issues. Oh, hey. It's Panda Theist. Hi, Panda Theist. Hello again. We meet again. PDF 3 is the one you want. Yeah, like... It looks like there was some issues with shipping, mostly because if you go to Hebanon games, you see it's actually a platinum seller. It's very, very, very high quality. Apparently, people seem to like it. But, like, you see things like Carrying Economy. Carrying Economy came out last year. He just kind of finished up writing all of these things. That's kind of a fairly important thing to note. What else has Caleb written? Let's play a game. Caleb, what have you written? Delta Green, Delta Green, Delta Green, Delta Green, Phase Anatomy, Eclipse Phase, Delta Green, Delta Green, Delta Green, Delta Green. He wrote a lot of Delta Green. He also wrote a little bit for Better Angels, which I like Better Angels. I think Better Angels was a cool idea. Yeah. As you kind of see, this is his thing. Ugh. This is his, it's mostly red markets. And there are a few red markets, like, you see, like, oh, there's a portfolio. It's the Quickstart guide, the carrying economy, and like I looked at a lot of these. There's a lot of portfolios, and you look at like what's the portfolio looking like. It's an enclave's history, political figure, richest man in town. Like none of them are. Only it seems to be the if it makes sense. Only the carrying economy one seems like a real, actual, like expansion. But then you see things like, oh, oil be back. What do we, you can? I guess you can kind of use these elsewhere. They're about $5 a pop. Yeah, this is like the gear guide you kind of see here, which weirdly enough isn't actually written by him. That's one of those things. Is like this isn't actually written by the guy. Optional rules, tools, and tech. Yeah, so there's some oddities, but who the fuck is Caleb Stokes? Let's play a game. Who is Caleb Stokes? Caleb here is Hebanon G Cow. Right then, here's our man. Did a little bit of looking around. Red markets is his main thing. He does have a connection to the Rookery. This is Caleb. Caleb himself. Hello, Caleb. Correct phenotype, if you know what I mean. The Rookery, he does have some. He does have connections with the Rookery, which the Rookery was apparently a weird offshoot of C7 from people who got pretty much shit canned from C7 due to being weird hyper leftists, and I say that in a very disparaging way. Apparently, Mr. Stokes is very adamant in his beliefs. Let's be kind and say that. Very adamant in his beliefs. Is Pandatheist a pandatheist, or pandetheist, or One Piece self-insert? It's pandatheist. It's panda, as in a panda, and then theist, otherwise known as believer in pandas. Yep, so here's it's the Rookery, everyone. We love the Rookery. Woo! But yeah, he actually has a lot of connections to the RPPR role-playing public radio podcast. He actually has a lot of connection to these guys. And apparently he has worked quite a bit with, where was Campaign Index? Yeah, I think he probably got a little bit of there. He's got, he is in here, by the way. Like this, I'm trying not to be like he isn't real. Yeah, Rifts is not the most balanced. We still played it much to Caleb's chagrin. Caleb shows up every now and again. This is him though. RPPR. This is what he does. He's run a bunch of things for their Delta Green thing, because they had a Delta Green campaign. Yeah. This is the Delta Green one. Apparently he's worked with Delta Green quite a lot. He's done things with them. This is what he does. Caleb's a interesting guy who tweets a lot, and that's all I really know about him. Kind of see. Yeah, he likes talking about red markets. I don't think he's really worked on anything else outside of Delta Green, Eclipse Phase, and this one, which is more of a meme game, board game thing. A lot of actual play stuff. You know how it goes. Nothing too exciting. But don't worry, we love Delta Green. Delta Green's flawless. Oh boy. Yep, this is... there's not much else to say about him. Who is Pandotheist? A Pandotheist is a game designer who actually wrote Candela Obscura. Yes, they're one of the main people behind Candela Obscura. And in turn, that entire system. They were also one of the founding members of the, I guess you could call them the founding member of the NSR movement, the New School Revolution one, otherwise known as the offspring of Sword Dream and such, otherwise known as living failures, living complete failures. But hey, as with most things in life, you fail upwards in the RPG sphere as long as you know the right people and look the right way. Always remember that, kids. As long as you look correct, that's all that really matters. So, yes. Okay, red markets, now is not the time to crash. For context, this is all I see. I believe my my PDF software is crashing. Yes, it is crashing, in fact. Let's try to open that up again. It did not appreciate my bullshit. Mind you, this book is 500 pages long. Let's see down here. This is 497 pages long. And I'm gonna give you a. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about this. We're just gonna skip to. We're just gonna skip all the way down here because we don't care about the lore. I'm gonna give you the most basic rundown of the lore. So, capitalism is bad. First things first, capitalism bad. The world is fuck. Everything is bad. Then the blight happens. The blight is an infectious, awful super parasite disease that makes you into a zombie. However, there's a problem. Pretty much everyone started pulling back. Everyone started pulling back. The government said, "Fuck you guys," and they have made the recession. The recession is the super awesome mega place of happiness where all the real people live. However, people are still in the lost, which they consider to be kind of lost territory. And into those places are kind of given up people. You're survivors in the Enclave, fighting the good fight against the zombie menace because there are too many zombie menaces that are going to kill you. This is 170 pages of this, by the way. You are takers, the stupidest fucking name in the world, who are pretty much, I guess you could kind of call them professional goon squads. You do things for reasons to get paid. Because you need to get paid, because this is actually a poverty simulator. I hate to break it to you all, Red Markets is not a zombie game. This is a poverty simulator. And the GM would love, and the writer would love to tell you more about it being about poverty. So, to kind of give you an idea, there's just a lot of lore. A lot of lore. And you read it and you're like, wow, that's real cool. I don't care. Yeah, libertarian refers to sector economy that creates no wealth instead of using overt violence to leech wealth from others. Refers to a system where all trade is forbidden by the state, but whose participants cannot be prosecuted unless the state admits such taboo trade exists. Because you are effectively being the since you are effectively outside of the circle and you're delivering goods back and forth, this is incredibly illegal what you're doing. You are completely off the books for everyone involved. But there are people inside the recession who want money, and there are people inside the enclaves who need that. So that's kind of a two-way street. Yeah, it's kind of a two-way street. They make you think like you're a badass. You're not. You're fucking lame. Yeah, they really talk about the lore and stuff, but it's really funny how I just stopped caring after a certain point. Like, I don't care. Like, because it's like, oh, let's learn about the deep and exciting lore. And it's like, all right, like, talk, yeah. Because the thing is, this is the part that's very annoying about this entire setup for like them explaining the lore, is that it's not just here's the information on the lore. No, oh no. This is someone telling you about the lore. This is someone like writing it down, being like, I'm going to be a historian for the entirety of the lore. And I'm like, you are referring to it, like, they don't say, by the way, they say BTW. And it's shit like that, and it annoys the fuck out of me. And just, like, just talking about it, the living death of journalism. What the fuck does this have to do anywhere with me killing zombies? I don't care. Let's talk about Cybergeddon. Because they would like to say, like, because there's this huge thing about, it's like, oh, it's Cybergeddon and all these things. Like, you have fucking AR tech, by the way. Like, you have, like, man-made super drones and shit like that. Like, this is a clearly, like, technologically advanced society. But it's also like, oh, no, everyone sucks. Poverty simulator, Lamau. I'm like, oh. Like, because they, like, it's like, I just don't care. Yeah, this is, do you see it? Do you see, guys? Look, it's Twitter. Oh my god, look. The West Coast is lost. Look, everyone, it's 4chan. Government help en route. Government help. Wow, look, everyone, it's 4chan. Even though as I more accurately say, not a single person on 4chan would give a fuck about West Coast. They would be laughing. People on the West Coast would be making fun of the West Coast dying. Like, there's a lot of these things that I'm like, oh, okay. I don't really care. And when you're buying this, you kind of got to realize you got to be willing to effectively read a short book. It's a 170-page book. That's why 116 pages. Page 116 is lost. What are the latents in that one aren't? Lack of slurs. Latents are, they explain latents in the game actually. A latent is someone who has the zombie infection but hasn't turned. If you kill a latent, everyone around them is going to most likely turn into a zombie because they're just going to release all the spores. Like, they do not want anyone to deal with that. That's kind of the issue. And like, one of the things with the setting is that they're trying to make it out to be is like the complete collapse of society. Like, the collapse of society was already kind of happening. The blight, the zombies and shit just kind of accelerated it. And it was like, yeah, that could be kind of interesting, except I just don't want to read 170 pages of your bullshit lore. I don't care about 170 pages of your stupid fucking lore. But all you need to know is that it's a poverty simulator. This uses the profit system. Do you get it? Because it's profit system. It's capricious and unpredictable forces that work in the setting. The dice system is black and the black die is higher than the red, either naturally or after adding modifier. The red is higher or equal to the black. The combination of uncontrollable moment-to-moment variables and characters' inexperience leads to failure. System is a little bit weird. I don't know if I like this system or not. Table surface play, cruise sheet, copy of the red market rules. Effectively, this is similar to Infection, which I'm glad you guys wanted to do Infection before this. It's a 2d10 game. However, it's not. It's more of a d10 minus d10 system. That's I think the best way to think about it. So effectively, the black die is your ability. The red die is the obstacle threatening problem. There are issues going on. effectively, every single roll is, well, D10 minus D10. Trying to hit above a 1. That's all you need to do. Trying to hit above a 1 sometimes, except when they don't feel like it. There are boom and bust rules. These are two sets of optional rules that they kind of talk about throughout, which they really want you to play with the bust rules. They don't want you to play with the boom rules. They don't really want you to play the game they've written, because that game is fucking hard. Like, the game is fucking hard, by the way. Like, I don't know if all the math works out. Yeah. Everything sucks. That's all you need to know. So, let me see if I can find, where do they call it a profit simulator? Where's the poverty simulator? Ah, there we go. Bust. A bust game is all about the grind. It's a poverty simulator with zombies thrown in. The fact that they mentioned poverty simulator twice. Oh, you know we're dealing with fucking Kino here, boys. So yeah, they use zombies to keep the theme from getting too real. We appreciate people playing the game and their money, but there are sunnier, happier games with the tour magical land of RPGs. Because what is an RPG? Google it. That's all you need to know. Let's go back down to what you're going to be doing a vast majority of the time is you're going to be making rolls. You're going to be rolling these two dice together. You're going to roll, and you're going to try to beat one or the other. My red die says 5. My black die says 7. I succeed. Easy enough to understand. Most things are mental and social actions are free. You don't have to spend anything for it. However, most of the time what you're going to have to do is spend something to use your abilities. And it's not like a virus when they just put meth in your bloodstream. Shortest leftist meme. Well, I'll muse about that in a bit, probably. Spend those charges before the dice are rolled. Most common instance of this is increasing the chance of firing by firing more ammo. Every extra charge adds +1 to the roll. Alright. But mind you, you can also spend a charge of rations for intense physical action. Yeah. Every single thing you do is effectively you spending something. Here's Feels. We have to bring in a man, of course. I needed to make sure that it's as accurate as possible. Yeah, no, fine. The West has fallen, millions must grind. It's Polish in quotes. Because I need to make fun of Iro. I need to make fun of my boy Iro, because he is my strongest Polish soldier. But yes, yeah, every single thing you do is effectively using some kind of charge. Everything is a meta currency in this game, even if it makes no fucking sense. Yeah, so this is also when things start getting a little bit weird. You're gonna roll your dice. Let's roll my dice. I got a 6 on my red and a 7 on my black. I would succeed. But let's say it's the other way around. I got a 6 on my black, a 7 on my red. I fail. I'm gonna add anything I need to, but let's say I roll a crit. Oh no. Let's say I roll a crit. Crits occur when you roll dubs. However, there's an interesting situation here. If it's odd, if the dubs are odd, it's critical failure. If the dubs are even, it's a critical success. Awesome. There's just odd. Yeah, there's some oddities here, especially when we get to a particular section that I'm like, I don't quite know if this was, like, I get why this is the case, but it's still dumb. Skill rating or any bonuses from charge of black. Modify black as higher. Red is equal here. If the red is higher or equal, the character fails. Oh no. Ties always go to the market, because that's what the GM is called. The market. Do you get it? Do you get it? Are you enlightened? Do you understand? Do you get the joke, everyone? Are you getting the joke? Should I explain the joke to you again? So, the character's a will point. Effectively, will is a meta currency as well, but it's a different kind of meta currency. You can negate failure. You negate failures, upgrade successes. But spending is always going to be your big thing. Failure has consequences. Stories continue if there's a failure. Easy enough. Simple success. Success at a cost. Oh no. You can succeed even if you fail, but if you gotta spend something a little bit more. Yeah, because again, every single thing is terrible. This is the one rule that's a little bit goofy. It's you can modify into a critical failure. That's a very weird mechanic I'm not a fan of. So what happens is, if you modify doubles occur when, for instance, B2R4 becomes B2 plus 2R4 due to the modifiers being added after the dice land. Modified doubles are always failures. I have no fucking clue why this is a mechanic, because it does not apply the other way around. If I roll a B5, R5, that would be a critical failure, but if I have a +2, it doesn't mean that it's now not a failure. That's the weird part with it. It's a very weird... It's one of those things being like, you can't make that weird exception clause to be like, oh, well, it doesn't count, except when it's designed to fuck you. That's just a weird mechanic that I have a strange and beautiful feeling people forget a lot. I have this strange and wonderful feeling people forget this mechanic a lot. Because it is legitimately no other reason than just to fuck you over. That is the only reason this mechanic exists. And it's like, yeah, I guess that's on, tone, but it's like, Critical successes occur on these, double effectiveness, something happens, critical failures, everything goes wrong. You don't actually roll the dice most of the time as the market. However, you will roll it in very certain occurrences. Random encounters, set the moods, supply and demand equilibriums, things like that. You don't roll for like an action though. You're doing things for random chance. Now, boss, at base, there's already a 45% chance of any check succeeding without the use of a skill or charged equipment. The thing idea is, if you put a +1 into something, you can do it, but this is only in the bust rule, so we're going to ignore that. However, you can also make default checks. What's a default check? Well, this is a completely different thing that they spend a page on, effectively. It's, for example, if I were to say, hey, I need to make a default check, I have no skill, I have no ability on this particular thing, I'm just using my adaptability, I roll, and I rolled above my adaptability, I failed. You need to roll under your potential. Yeah, so that's like, oh. Now, precision checks are like, you can't spend anything more on it. You can't spend more if you don't have enough. You have to do it when we're done. If it's difficult, you're just going to impose a difficulty on it. That's all you got to do. You just got to succeed at it. You need to succeed at a precision skill check with a critical success. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Like, you have to critically succeed to get a difficult check. The system is funky. I don't care for the system personally. I understand what it's going for. It's just weird. Because, yeah, it's kind of market forces. Will can switch, upgrade successes, buy narrative benefits, negate opponent's critical success. Even though, again, you don't roll most of the time, and PvP is really discouraged, because why would you ever do that? In combat, shift the damage to another piece of gear or different damage location. Come to the initiative order. Can be gained and refreshed in the following ways. Buy it. Follow a weak spot. Fill personal obligation. Or because of a tough spot. Rest in between jobs. Most of the game most of Red Market is this, the charges system. Every single thing you fucking do is going to be charged in some way. So I'm going to kind of explain this the best I can. Let's say, for example, I have my gun. I want to shoot someone with my gun. I need to spend one of my charges to shoot my gun. I can spend additional charges to add a +2 to me shooting my gun. I can say, hey, aim, bam, I've shot you in the face and you are dead. However, my machete also requires me to spend charges. However, here's the thing, the charges on my machete aren't actually charges. Those are just wear and tear charges, which are different from regular charges. What I actually need to spend on my machete is I need to spend my protein bars, my rations, which you're going to spend your rations to anytime you want to buy a roll that skills that require exertion. So anytime you use a melee weapon, you're actually chugging Nutrigrain bars. This is an important thing. You are chugging Nutrigrain bars. That's not really what's happening, but I find it funny to think about. Yeah, welcome to, yeah, you understand why I'm not enthused about this system as much, because it's not a, how do I want to word this? If there aren't rules for shopping at Dollar General, can you really call it a poverty simulator? See, unfortunately, there is no more Dollar General, and they just automate a lot of that stuff, which we'll get to, because that's legitimately speaking, that is 85% of the game. Once we get past the item rules, I might just call it, just because there's nothing else to talk about. So, write your name, write a soft spot and a weak spot. What do the spots do? Don't think about it. Now, you can adapt some of these things. Now, if we go down here, what's your name? Well, you don't really have a name. Special name. Special name. What's your spot? Something that's a thing for you. Now, obviously, Fields here is an obsessive Australian. That's his weak spot. He is obsessively Australian. Everyone he calls is a cunt. It is a very, very problematic thing together. His soft spot, though, is we're all a little racist together. We're the most diverse crew ever of racists and assholes. We're in this together. Maybe the real friends were the racists we met along the way. But his tough spot is that he is lost. He's legally dead by most society. And because he's legally dead, it's going to cost him a lot more to get out of a lot of issues. Because, again, he doesn't exist. He does not exist in the system. Society collapse. How can you still be poor without society? Well, we'll talk about that more grandiose issue in a bit. Yeah, there's quite a few different one of these. All of them have a benefit and a problem. That's kind of the issue. It's like, hey, you're cracked on one thing. Oh, but you're really good at shooting people in the face. Starts the game with a lot of bounty. However, you suck. Yeah, refresh is one of those things that I'm like, wait a fucking second. Now, your potentials are your ability in certain capacities. That makes sense. It's like, hey, you are strong. Your skill, your strength and stuff like this don't really matter all that much. All that really matters. See, I kind of fucked up here. I put 3 here. That should have been 2. I think I switched these around on accident. Effectively, this potential is the maximum for your skills. I fucked up here a little. But they don't really do much else outside of that. It's kind of that's kind of its own thing. Eek. You know, and like, oh, okay, how do I want to, you know, okay, well, physical exertion. I'm like, okay, easy enough to understand. But yeah, you kind of see that rations are the charges players spend to use by most roles in their strength and speed skills. Eat a protein bar. Spending rations represent eating a sufficient amount of calories before physical exertion and enough recover afterward. Roleplay every time sits down to eat some beans, go for it. I just know the mechanics don't have a mechanical benefit until people start buying physical rolls. Yeah, because you have to buy everything. I love how his dependents are Eastern Europeans. He is truly racist together and also poor. Now, one of the things here, combat does not need to stop while characters eat protein bars. Skyrim gameplay. Quite literally, what you need to do is chew on anytime I want to. It's one of those weird things where it's like, okay, I want to get into a fight. I want to punch someone. I'm going to use my, actually, I'm going to stab someone with my machete. Because it's a machete that I have. I'm actually chewing a ration bar. I'm like devouring a wheel of cheese and then making the attack. I didn't want to make a second attack with my machete. Devour a wheel of cheese, make my second attack. Because rations are your ability to actually use physical abilities. Why? I don't know why. Why? That's such a weird mechanic. Yeah, you have to buy a roll. That's what most things you have to do is. You buy rolls. I need to buy the ability to do this. I need to buy the action of swinging my machete. I need to buy the action of shooting my gun. I need to buy the action of using this medkit. I need to buy the action. Yeah, it's just like, oh, I want to get into a fist fight, otherwise known as I'm going to be eaten real well, you know, as I eat a bunch of protein bars as I beat you to death. The dev is a fat bastard that thinks he burns 100 calories with every step. Because, like, that's the idea, is like, oh, it's any skill that requires exertion it requires a ration. Now, it's like, okay, if it was, you can always use rations. Actually, no, I'll talk about that later. I'll talk about that later when we get to the economy part of Red Market's economy. That's a little bit goofy. Adaptability is broken, by the way. Adaptability is the best thing you can do. Because what happens here that's a little bit goofy. Adaptability gives you refresh. See this refresh down here? I've used all my ammo. Bang, 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 bang. I've shot so many things. I look at my ammo. I have nothing. But then I remember I'm adaptable, and I materialize ammo out of nowhere. Reload my gun. Bang, 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 bang goes the trolley. Adaptability, effectively every session, you get up to your adaptability in free recharges on anything. You eaten all your rations because you've been in a two-minute long fight? Cool, just recharge it. Your handgun doesn't have any bullets in it? Don't worry, you're recharging it using the power of your fucking mind. Yeah, that's one of those, like, yeah, refill charges on gear. Gun goes empty, spend a refresh, slap in a new clip. Gun's empty, spend a refresh and roll a new gauze out of the backpack. Flashback, new... Yeah, refreshes the new MRE. yeah, a more in-depth materialism chapter, but for now, yeah, that's one of those things that's like such a weird way of doing things. And it's like, okay. Beats man to death with a hammer. Oh no, my sugars are low. Carves out 3 Snicker bars. Don't worry. I'll use my magic powers. You summon 45. Oh no, let me summon some 44. So intelligence is odd as well, because it's like, oh, you get anything like intelligence is useful for very significant points of the game. You're going to have the intelligence guy. Not everyone needs a bunch of intelligence. You're going to have the int guy. You're going to have the charm guy. Always have a charm guy. Please have a charm guy. Yeah, will isn't though, because will is your superpowers, and you can use will to do things, and you get to do all these things. So I only have 1 will because Fields doesn't need will when he has the power of adaptability and the West is relying on him. Every time I go back, I see the Chud Jack, and it really does sell it. Yeah, so assigning potentials, you get 20 skill points. Now, this is one of those very interesting bits where I'm gonna muse about this a little bit. Trade 1-to-1 ratio, black one rolling. So someone with trying to manhole cover need a resistance check. They would not make a strength check because without skill and resistance, they don't know how to use that strength well. That's why I say, like, Again, I did a little bit of a boo-boo there. If I were to fix this around, I would sub that out for that. That's all I would do. Because speed was 3 for a while when I was making this character, and then I switched it around. Oopsie doopsie. But effectively, your strength here doesn't matter. This number matters. So if I want to make an athletics check, I would make a black +1. I want to make an awareness check, it would be black +2. This is where things start getting weird, but a +1 is useless. Since criticals are always triggered on a natural doubles, they aren't though, and ties go to the market, playtesters have argued that having a +1 in a skill is essentially useless. This isn't entirely true. For example, if the dice for a shoot check, roll B2, figure spends an extra charge of ammunition beforehand, check is a success where it would have failed with only +1 skill and an extra charge separately. More importantly, the taker has the ability to aim the gun at all. Defaulting on potentials isn't allowed in a bust game. In most situations, characters don't have at least +1 in the skill, don't have enough expertise to even hope for a success. If a check is such that even a total layman might pull it off, the market shouldn't have players make skill checks in such a low-stakes situation. Yeah. One of the weird bits about Red Market, and I'm going to point it out every now and again when I see it. Red Markets likes to talk about Red Markets a lot. And the idea here is, playtesters have argued that having a +1 in the skill is essentially useless. Why would you put that in? Like, why would you put that note in? That playtesters have argued that having a +1 in a skill is essentially useless. But, well, there's the one, like, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's such a weird thing. But then I realized something. The thing that dawned on me with this particular game, that it really was like, oh my god, I just realized this. Holy shit. Is because of how criticals and the actual system work, your skills are weird because they aren't good, but they're sometimes fundamental. Let me explain this real fast. So think about it like this. The difficulty for every check is effectively 1 to 10. Every single difficulty is 1 to 10. 10% chance across the board. You have no idea what it's going to be. So your base is effectively going to be also 1 to 10. You have effectively you don't have a very high chance. You effectively got a 1% chance of rolling exactly what you need. Exactly 10-10. You got a 10% chance of rolling a 10, 10% chance of rolling a 1. If, it's the odds get a little bit wonky there. So it's like, okay. Even adding, then if you think about it, like, hey, adding a +1 makes the base now 2 to 11. You're doing pretty all right for yourself now. It's not a lot, but that shifts the balance in your favor just a little bit. What if we have a 2, for example? 3 to 12. That shifts the balance. There are 2 results on that die that you physically cannot fail. Now, there are 2 results. 20% chance you cannot fail. Pretty good. But the weird part is, because the crits are there, because crits are present, they make it so, how do I want to word this? There is I guess you would say a 1%, and it would be about a 5% chance. There's about a 5% chance of you rolling a critical failure, or actually just 5% chance of rolling a critical success, or a 5% chance of rolling a critical failure. But the way that it's presented is also very, very strange as well. So it's like, why bother putting in the +1 then? Why bother putting in, I would say, if you really want to make an interesting way of making a critical fail, critical success, you want to know how you do it? You roll a black 10, that's a critical success. If you succeed, of course. You roll a red 10, that's a critical failure. No matter what you do, unless you score even with it, you'll just get a fail. You're still going to roll a critical failure. A red 10, you got 10% chance of a critical fucking failure. Because you suck. And the market is fighting you. Because then, all of a sudden, a 1 means a lot more. A +1 means something. Because a +1 is, hey, there's a 10% chance that this other die fucks up and I auto succeed. There's no risk. 10% chance of that. Then it becomes a 20% chance. Then a 30% chance. Feels pretty good, doesn't it? But then they roll a 10. They got a 10% chance of fucking your day up. And it's like, oh, that sucks. Uh-oh. Woohoo. Woohoo. I think the crit system in red markets is very... Can't put my finger on why I don't like it. Something feels very wrong with it. So, you can actually make something that is full potential. And understanding physics prove that's possible. Proves their accuracy, shoot bow, speed 1, speed 1. Potential stops development. Single economic truth. Education is as much as a commodity as anything else. Increasing human capital requires actual capital. No one learns computer programming by decapitating zombies. However, there's one very important economic truth that he also forgot. Human capital can improve naturally. And by improve naturally means you're just really fucking good at something. You're really good at decapitating zombies. You are, by its nature, human capital. Your human capital has improved. Because you've just got those skills now. Education is not just in a classroom. Education can be many different places. Get fit. Getting fit is effectively free. Generally speaking, getting fit is fucking free. Getting on that Sisyphus grind set. If you go out fucking every single day, you're on a high-calorie diet, as it says you are. You work your ass off, burning all those calories down, and you do it again the next day. You're gonna get fucking ripped. Like, it's like, wait a second. That's not how that's supposed to go. Is it possible to have, specialization? Specialization mechanics silly. There's a lot of specialization mechanics. Like, I look at it, I'm like, yeah, yep, that's definitely that. Melee then, because wielding cannons, nothing like batting practice, would then have to spend another point. It's not as efficient actually getting a specialization. It's really bad because you have to still spend for it. And it's like you don't get much out of it outside of if you reach your full potential, which is like, but why at that point? If you've got a +2 in something, you really don't need anymore. Like, so list of skills. You can have a variety of skills. What do you actually need? Well, not all skills are created equally, of course. Generally, everyone should have athletics. Everyone have athletics. Shooting. Guns are effectively free. Fun fact, guns are incredibly valuable. Have a gun. Invest in a gun. Oh, but I want to be a melee fighter. No, you don't. Get a fucking gun. If you have a +1 in your gun, you are by default better than most fucking people. Your fucking job. +2 in a gun, you're doing fine. You got plenty of points. Spend them +2 to gun, pick up a real gun. But I won't be able to afford ammo. It's 2 to refresh it. It's 2 to refresh a handgun. You'll be fine. Self-control, like, oh, that's why I say, like, there is going to be a lot of characters who are going to be the research. There's going to be the int guy who's going to dump points in int. There's going to be the charisma guy who's going to fix it in charisma. But most characters are going to have speed, adaptability, strength, and maybe will. You can safely put both of these down at 1 with legitimately 0 issue. If that's not your thing. The ideal character is Jason Voorhees in this game, I've learned. Yeah, more bust rules. New strength skills are only charged when spent on resistance. Get it? Because it sucks. Bust rules are fucking awful. They just make the game unfun. That's kind of a defining aspect of this game as well. Profession is pretty much the most broken skill in the game. Fun fact, it is the most broken skill in the game by a metric of a lot. Because the thing is, profession can be subbed out for just about anything you don't want. And if I want to be really particular, having like profession in like, oh, I'm a profession, I don't know. Trying to think of something. Profession, fucking garbage man or whatever. Scavenging you effectively have a free scavenging thing. Oh, profession security analyst. You effectively have free criminality. Like, that's kind of the weird thing with that one. Well, that's not the intent of the game. That's not the intent. I don't care. That's what it's going to be used for. Charisma skills are used for one part of the game. It is very important for that part of the game, though. Dependence. Okay, so, dependence. So, do you like having friends? I know I do. I fucking hate friends in red markets, because friends are your dependents. There are people who depend on you. You need them, and they need you. Now, what occurs here is that they become a drain on your money. That's all they do. They don't do anything useful. They drain your money. And pretty much every time you get home, you're burning money on your dependents. Because if you don't burn money on your dependents, you're gonna go fucking bonkers due to your threats. This is kind of like your secondary health bar in a way. If you ever hit this point, your character's gone. You get all of these by being a terrible person or anything like that. This is the only method of stopping someone from becoming a sociopath. Because that's the optimal player. Legitimately speaking, the most optimized character build in in red markets would be, you know, if your party, the optimized character party, would be Jason Voorhees, Patrick Bateman, Ryan Gosling from Drive 2011, and then to kind of take your pick of either Travis Bickle. Alternatively, you could also probably go with Joaquin Phoenix from Joker. All three those men would be the ideal creatures because they just don't have anyone to worry about, so they're going to get rich. But yes, Patrick Bateman is the ideal red markets character. This is a known fact. Because the idea is, yeah, they don't fare well in the cutthroat survival capitalism of the laws. Exactly why is up to the characters. Red markets are the only hope for these dependents to get out, and the takers are their only lifeline. More than likely, they'll just lack skills in that the carrying economy demands, and their labors don't rake enough bounty to pay all the bills. The bounty they receive might literally keep them alive by stocking food and medicine, death waiting beneath the taker's safety net. More figurative. Delicate a musical genius from being dulled by brutal physical labor. Yeah, yeah. They serve as a reminder that no one chases wealth and loss without good reason. Innocent people back home have their lives in line. The bottom line. Yeah, you can have various. One of the issues is like the more charismatic you are, the more dependence you get automatically. Because you get more automatically, being charismatic actually makes your bottom line larger. Hence why being an emotionless slate is sometimes better because you just don't have to pay them. Yeah, they're like, oh, here's the benefits. I think it automatically here's 1 column's worth of humanity damage. Ooh. Yeah, that's why they're useful, because they alleviate problems. They get rid of problems. It's, oh no, I'm having a mental breakdown because I'm a horrible human being, but don't worry, Manly's here to save me. Oh, I'm a horrible human being because I fucking killed people. Don't worry, Iroh's here to back me up. These 2 fucking Eastern European invalids have helped me. Yeah, like, we want to, yeah, like, yeah, that's what you're effectively trying to do, is trying to get rid of them. But if you don't pay them off, literally, if you do not pay them off, they get fucking desperate and needy, and they get mad at you, and they start losing things, which you have to pay more for. Yeah, so, yeah, one recent study by the NCBI shows that a recent employed person is 25% more likely to die of cancer, 18% more likely to get divorced, and can expect a 1.5 years knocked off their life expectancy if they ever recover. Chances of suffering from mental illness skyrocket, as do chances of imprisonment. The 0.01% increase to the national unemployment rate contributes over 1,500 additional suicides in the same year. And all this horror is a mundane world without the undead. We fucking get it, you're a poverty simulator. We fucking get it. You don't need to cite this. Yeah, don't lose people. Like, oh, here's all the work-life balance stuff. Don't. References, fucking references. References are dependents that do things, and you have to pay them off later. For example, Ray here is a researcher. I can contact Ray on my telephone or my computer that I have access to, of course. If I contact Ray on my computer, I can say, hey, Ray, I need you to research something for me because you're my friend. And Ray would tell me to fuck off. Or I could contact Dusty, who is like, hey, Dusty, I need help to patch up my friend here. Would you please help? And Dusty would be like, yeah, I can totally help you with that because I'm a medic. I'm imagining a Wikipedia article about poverty. Oh, it gets a lot worse later on, Boss Rush. It gets a lot worse. Most things in our reputation-based economy, the use of favors. The big idea is that you're always paying forward. And they'd like to really emphasize this by, bulking out this a lot. The idea is, if I call on Ray, he's going to help me, but I'm going to have to pay him next time. If I ask Ray for a second favor, I'm going to need to do it again. And he's going to call in that favor a lot more readily. If I don't pay my debts, Ray's not going to pick up the phone anymore. If I pay him off, yeah, he's going to be fine. He's like, yeah, I'm happy with you. You're happy with me. We're all going to make money. I love you. You love me. We're all going to make money. Yeah, so you start off with $10. You start with $10 to buy things. Here, shipping price is upkeep times 2, but starting equipment is sold at upkeep and bounty. So, you need to buy shit. You can do geared packages, and you get a lot of gear packages. They really want you to be a melee guy, by the way. Don't be a melee guy, it's not worth it. Character advancement, campaign play. One of the big idea is they want you to be the idea of the retirement plan. Yeah, welcome to the Adam Smith quote. One of the ideas is you need to... Your retirement milestone is your big thing. And there are multiple milestones in these things, but you need to just sock away money. Hey. I need to get Manly and Iroh out of the Lost. Both of them are not lost completely. They both have identities. I just need to get them across the border effectively. Alright, easy enough. It's going to cost a lot. It's going to be 24 full bounty to get them from point A to point B with a little bit of cash. Then I need to buy myself a new identity. I need to buy myself a lot of identity. Because I'm legally dead. So I need to get one of those. Then I need to get by myself across the board, which is going to be even more expensive. I don't have... That's my retirement plan. However, you might be saying, hey, Mr. Joels, that son of a bitch. Yeah, this is a full Adam Smith quote that I... With a great big check and bonus from me to you, won't you say me you love me too? So, Joels is the Taker acronym for just one last score. This is your big score. The key to this buys power. This is like your big one. Like, you got to do the big one. Here's what the enclaves are like. Enclaves suck. Here's your pre-made characters. This is one of those things when you realize, like, this is really what a character looks like. And they're very boring. Like, they're very light, relatively speaking. Like, this is a big fucking character sheet, like, relatively speaking, but they're really not that interesting. No, it's dependent even above the support limit. Yeah, he's gonna see, like, oh, is bounty worth your life? Upkeep, paying the bills. So, this is going to be one of those ones I'm just going to try my best to explain the best I can. You have three pieces of upkeep. You have 3 pieces of upkeep you need to do at all times. The first is sustenance. This shit keeps you alive. You need to spend 1 to keep yourself fed. You need to spend 1 to keep the rent, because there is rent in this game. And you need to spend 1 bounty for each of your dependents. This is your sustenance. This is keeping you alive. If you cannot pay for this, shit goes wrong. You're not paying rent on time, you're not eating, you're taking loans out. That's kind of the issue. Maintenance. Every time you gotta re-maintenance all of your equipment. So as you kind of see, my chainmail that Fields wears has upkeep 3. He's gonna have to pay that. His machete, upkeep 2. Handgun, upkeep 2. Rations, upkeep 1. Backpack, upkeep 1. If you don't pay for maintenance, you don't recover the charges. the thing might break. So you're going to need to pay the upkeep to make sure that it's good. So you're always paying the upkeep. I'll pay the upkeep, pay the upkeep, pay the upkeep, pay the upkeep. Because if you don't pay the upkeep, it's going to break. And if you don't break, and if it breaks, well, you're going to have a bad time. Then you're going to do any purchases you're making. What's your purchasing power? Well, I need to spend this to buy a new med kit. I need to buy this to buy a new gun upgrade. I need to buy this to buy some new armor. I need to do this, this, and this. That's going to go to your purchase thing. It's going to cost you that much. How much professional development do you have spend on your current bounty that you currently have? That's what you're going to be spending. Incidentals. Hey, I'm hurt. I need to spend health to do this. Hey, I need to spend some time working on myself. Cool. I need to pay off any favors that I called in. Cool. What's my break point? What's my actual break point? In my current state right here, my current state, I need 13 to keep myself afloat. So we're going to be needing to do jobs that are a little bit more expensive. We need to do things that are a little bit good. We need to do things to keep things going. Mm-hmm. I want to be rich. I want some money. That is the entirety of upkeep. So, using the bank in one shots. Mm-hmm. Now, maintenance. Things are going to fall apart. You need to fix them up. That's it entirely. Hey, healthcare. Healthcare is actually very weird. So, I have stun damage. I can, between jobs, you get one thing between jobs, you can heal damage. I can heal, with bounty, I can heal all stun damage in additional location. Hire a doctor to cure status effect. Hire a doctor to convert all damage from all kill damage to stun damage, which I am then able to do that. You're fucked up across your body, guess what? You're going to be spending a lot of money on healing yourself up. Yeah. So, healthcare is alright. Get real, hippie. Big sections of the world outside this book are perfectly fine with letting people die for no reason other than they're poor. In red markets, where starvation and violent death are slightly more prevalent than the modern United States, no one with a skill as valuable as medicine can afford to work for free. That's why healthcare is on the advancement side of upkeep. People work while hurt and sick all the time. Feel however you wish about it, the world continues to murder you apathetically. Being healthy remains a privilege. What if another character might have medical skills necessary to heal a teammate beyond battlefield trauma? Maybe they're the work pro bono. Well, who's going to pay for the bandages? Well, for the salvage and smuggling antibiotics. Having medical heal you for free is basically means asking them to pay for the fees for you. Very few healers are callous enough to charge for labor during the apocalypse anyway. Maybe the team could salvage the supplies and sell, but that means they aren't selling them to keep their own families. It's economics. Deal with it or don't. It doesn't matter to anyone but you. This is what I mean by, like, red markets likes to talk about itself a lot. Like, yeah, we get it. You have to pay. No one's questioning you on why you have to pay. Healing, mental health is downright luxury because you get it. You gotta pay for that. Now, this is one of the most interesting rules in the game. Bust rule. No budget, no buy. Wealth is a source of constant anxiety. No budget, no buy rule only applies to extended play and is considered a level of difficulty that adds to the game. Not be appropriate to all groups. So, what does this actually mean? So, let's say, for example, I have 30 stuff. I got 30 bounty. I'm going to need to budget every single dime currently. I need to budget every single dime that I have currently into something. I need to put it into obviously, I'm going to mark off all the sustenance, mark off all my maintenance. But at that point, you have to say, well, what am I going to purchase with my remaining amount? What do I need to do with my professional development? What do I need to budget for health, humanity, and favors? The idea, you have to budget everything. Now, what does this mean? Is you technically have no floating money. That makes sense. There's no such thing as floating money with this rule. Is if you put 5, if you're like, okay, I think I'm going to get pretty fucked up, I'm going to put 5 into health, and nobody gets hurt, you've wasted that $5 on nothing. You may say, that makes no sense. The answer is, yeah, I know it makes no sense. It's not supposed to. Humanity. I want to... Doesn't matter. Maybe you should play it more risky. Why aren't you playing it more risky? Because you got health insurance now. So, welcome to, let's talk about the economic concept of poverty. Hey, let's talk about poverty, everyone. Do you want me to read out the poverty section? It's going to be so much fun about poverty. Do you get it? Do you get the legitimate half page, like, about literally over half a page talking about the idea of generational poverty? Yeah. Before we're even done, you know, take a treat of Windfall's free money and blows it. Treats that Windfall is free money and blows it, goes away. The player can narrate care of frittering away friends however they wish, but the bounty is lost, not spent on skill or gear, is blown. Because remember, every situation makes you, being poor, being in poverty, no matter the situation, you will act the exact same. Because poor people act the exact same. It's... How do I want to word? How do I want to word? I hate this mechanic because it is a stupid mechanic written by someone who thinks they're very smart. There we go. That's the way I want to word it. The concept is noble. The concept makes sense. Hey, you want to burn, you know, you have to budget everything out because you don't know, and hey, we don't have to spend it. It's fine. It's our money again. So we're gonna, you know, splurge it on bullshit. The thing is, that's such a weird thing because we can splurge on bullshit because of that, you know. He even cites it being like, why do people, you know, who get a tax return buy a brand new TV rather than saving it or whatever? Because they can buy a new TV. Because it's a short-term gain that is freely available. Not, I need a new fucking gun because there are zombies outside. Poverty takes a different dimension. That's the issue. Poverty is not about necessarily that. Buying that new TV is available because it's something nice we can, you know, use to spend on things. We want something nice to make sure our miserable lives are better. The thing here is, if you could spend it like, hey, anything that isn't spent goes into like a weird fund of just bullshit, that would be different. Like, here's your bullshit fund. You're spending it on frivolous shit that has an effect. Like, hey, you spent all of this, you've spent X amount on mental health. Alright, yeah, that's fine. Hey, you've spent 5 wealth on something else. You've bought a new piece of equipment you didn't need. You know, a little bit more randomized, not necessarily that, or even just, hey, it goes into nothing. Like a kind of a nothing burger plan. Or you put it into your retirement fund or something like that. Kind of like, hey, there's some more pressing needs. Because we are in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. That's kind of the issue. The poverty simulator doesn't work if you are not in the midst of a zombie apocalypse. Literally, when going outside is going to kill you, you might want to burn it on something else. Not like, oh, well, we're gonna buy the luxury screen TV. No, you can buy that because it's a sale on Walmart, and people are gonna want to do that because they feel like they deserve something nice. Why don't you give us something nice to play with? Oh, I forgot. It's because it's the end of the fucking world. Oh, how weird. That might change people's fucking priorities a little bit. Yeah, it's like, oh, well, you have to use a self-control check to pull it out. And like, that's why I say they kind of want you to do the bus mechanic. I don't know why this isn't... I don't know why this isn't in one area, but I know why, because they wanted to stretch the page count. So, order a sustenance, break all the money there, maintenance, do all your money there. Keep it simple. Now, this is materialism. Do you get it? Because there's no money. There's no money. Everything is based off of crypto stuff. It's crypto markets. It's things like that. You know, it's pre-crash citizens. You know, it's like other entities compensate for a portion of the capital earned by seizing all the deceased assets. The exact worth of one bounty fluctuates depending on the exchange rate of various online currencies laundered and the value of DHQS currently assigned to the average property owner by the pre-crash citizen. Bounty is physically exchanged in the form of IDs. Commonly driver's licenses. Other forms of official government documents serve as well. Yeah, the thing is, bounty doesn't mean anything because there's no actual economy in the game, which is a weird thing to... This is one of those funny things where there's no economy in the game because bounty isn't backed by anything that is actually there. Other currencies like crypt ration cards and the dollar are used for everyday transactions, where bounty acts as sort of gold standard that stabilizes the value of those different units. Now, one of the issues is that they do have, like, they need to do this because they need to do this because if they don't do it, the economy falls apart and the game becomes unfun. So they're doing this purely for the game. See, if you had it my way, we would have a very large and a very autistic way of doing money, and you would base it all off crypto. You do a bunch of crypto bullshit, and at the beginning of every fucking session, beginning of every goddamn session, you roll on your fucking crypto chart. There are things go, are you being risky? Are you being safe? What are you doing? Money go up, money go down. Money go up, money go down. And you can even just do it with barter as well. Like, yeah, people in the lost don't trade in cryptocurrency, but cryptocurrency is the only valuable thing that you can use to buy barter. That's kind of one of those things. Different economies, different scales, what's backed, what's not. We're investing, and the thing is, you can make investments. You can make really risky investments, because that's what capital is all about. But no, it's a poverty simulator, and no one can be smarter to have fun. Fun is for those who have money. Yeah, race tick marks, charges, everything is a charge. You want to buy a gun, it's going to be that. But my gun holds... You were correct, that specific gun does hold more or less than 10 builds, so you get more or less than 10 charges, right? No. Charges abstract the sense of dwindling security, characterizes economic horror. They turn physical reality in what economists call opportunity cost. Loss of possible gains from many alternative futures, and a single option must be chosen. Fix your character's power and methods by which it drains. Charges don't do it, force players to spend an entire game counting individual bullets in the clips. Rips open the jacket or bolt in a battery. Yeah. This is the, how do I want to word this? This is also dumb because it immediately, how do I want to word this? The fact that you can materialize bullets out of nowhere, and it's like, oh, it's dwindling security, being like, yeah, because I have a fucking gun. My gun holds 12 bullets, but don't worry, it doesn't actually hold 12 bullets. This is where specifics can be handy. You can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12. You're just putting those bullets in. Every bullet now has value. That bullet is not worth an anomalous amount of bounty. that bullet is worth is something, and trade that bullet. But what if I bring up a gun with no bullets in it? Opportunity cost arises. If I bring up a gun and if I point a gun at you with no bullets in it, what do you know? Well, you're making a 50-50 call. You as the person with a gun getting pointed at you, have to make a call. There's a chance that gun has no bullets in it. There's a chance that gun has a full bit of bullets. It might have 1 bullet. It might have 0 bullets. It might have all the bullets it needs, and then some more. You're sitting there, thinking, wondering. That has power now. You take what's the cost? You can charge it, and you might get shot. Or he might falter because you realize he doesn't have anything, he calls your bluff. That's where things start getting interesting. Bullets are valuable. Just one little thing can change the balance of an encounter. But we don't want to do that. Most things are going to be based off of capped, charge, or manpower static gear. Capped use, you have to spend a charge to do things, but you can only spend 1 at a time. Charge gear, you can spend as much as you want to get a +1 bonus for each charge outside the first you spend. Manpower is technically charged, but it's only charged off of, well, for lack of a better word, you are charged by your granola bars, which also takes away things. Static gear, on the other hand, doesn't have charges. You don't have to spend charges till you look at your binocular. However, it might get damaged. That's what happens to it. Refresh and charge you. Armor worn at certain hit locations, depending on the type. Scavenge carpet can stop a casualty, but it won't do much for a bullet. For example, wants to prevent the 11 kill damage she just took from her chest. She can spend 1 charge for Kevlar to for all the kill damage over to stun damage. Another 9 to negate damage, reducing the blow down to 2 stun. Even that much bullet impacts render Kevlar useless in the future. Most armor shares the in-demand quality. Armor's rare and charges are always spent after a check. Ooh, boy. Yeah, everything is being spent. Hey, I'm hungry. Think. Hey, it's in demand. Think. Oh, it's single shot. Think. How much can you carry? As much as you want, but never as much as you need. It just dies. You can just carry things. This is one of those things as well. Being like, you could have made something very simple, but you chose not to. Need more? Red Mark is meant to evoke the psychology of economics, not the actual work of economics. That's the problem. That is the single most biggest fucking problem of this game for me. Red Mark is meant to evoke the psychology of economics, not the work of economics. And that, I think, is a fundamental flaw. I think that really hurts the game in the long run. Now, I mean, we can just kind of go through, there are various other, there's upgrades, upkeeps, purchases, refresh. Refresh during upkeep. You're mostly going to be refreshing during upkeep. That's what you need to do. ADP is valuable. Always have ADP. Scavenging and crafting. You can scavenge, you can craft. That's a completely different thing when you get into business and auctions. Generally speaking, you can sell it for whatever the value is. Just use this rule. All you need to do, sell it for this rule. You succeed, cool. You sell it at its upkeep ×2. You don't get much out of it, but that's not the point. Unintended consequences. This is legitimately, like, this entire section is, you're a bad person for participating in the economy. Fuck you. It's awful. You're a bad person. Like, fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's like, I don't fucking care. Yeah, toss it off. It doesn't matter. Being callous is the best way to play this game. It's up to the market to turn such instant storytelling opportunity. Don't do that. It just happens. It's impersonal. It doesn't make sense. So this is all of the gear. You've got an axe, a bow, club, lump, flamenwerfer, flashbangs, Handguns are worth 2, by the way. Yeah, handgun, like, guns aren't very valuable for a variety of reasons. I like, personally, handguns are worth 2. You can fire a handgun 5 times. Hey, my gun holds, 12 bullets. No, it doesn't. Fuck off. Well, I'm being very cautious about shooting. No, you're not. That's not how the game works. It's about psychology, man. Psychology. You don't understand, bro. Bro, you don't understand. Broski. I do like how machetes are technically the same value of handguns. This is just one of those instances where things get a little bit goofy. Where it's like, yeah, a machete. Machetes aren't very valuable. Like, it's like legitimately like, oh, what does this do? It's a machete. It is designed for me to enter your body and leave. It is not a very meticulous weapon. It costs the exact same as a handgun. It is charged at the exact same rate as a handgun. It uses the same effects as a handgun. You use ammo for your handgun. You use effectively. Let's not call hit ourselves here. Use protein bars for machetes. But it's like, oh, there's some weird ones through and through. It's like rifles are kind of weird. Shotguns also are. Shotguns cost the exact same. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, cool. You get all these cool abilities and things. Be like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's not very good, though. Nothing is good in this game. That's the thing. A lot of, blood testing kits, first aid kits, prosthetic arms, prosthetic legs. Yeah, I do like the fact that they are prosthetics. I do like that fact that they are actively there are prosthetics that act like prosthetics. It's great. You do have stop-loss healthcare. Yeah, because you want to make a Shadowrun game, I guess. Yeah, they just have Shadowrun healthcare in this game. Why? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know why it is. It's stop-loss mercenaries. I no fucking clue why that's even in this game, but it is. Various armor. What armor does the majority of the time? So, armor's 5 damage against melee and unarmored attacks. No infection check for bites. Effectively, you can spend a charge to convert kill to stun damage, or negate a point of stun. Someone is attacking me and hits my torso. I can say it's going to do 4 kill damage. I can say, nope, spend a charge of my chainmail. It's now doing stun damage. And now I'm going to spend 2 more charges of it to reduce it down to 1 stun. That's all it does. That's all armor really does. Various tools. Denial door jams. Flashlights cost half as much as a handgun, which you need to have that, by the way. Unless you're doing the Everlight. Yep. My favorite. I love flashlight. Yeah. The cost is a little goofy in this game. It's a little goofy. Yeah. Many a taker lived through the genocide of the crash only to put a gun in their mouth when their dog died. Dog, cat, horse, donkey, drone key. Yeah, you can buy drones, laptops. Ubix Squeps are one of those ones that are weird to me, where you have to, like, they're augmented reality glasses with video phone and web capabilities. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Like, that's such a weird, like, why is this a thing? Oh, well, we're advanced. I'm like, no, you should be janky and fucking poor. Yeah, score enters bounty, touch the price. Yeah, you can have vehicles. Vehicles are kind of their own thing. Most vehicles aren't great. They exist though. Combat, yes, combat. Combat is, as you can recall, most likely, all combat is actually based off the enemy doing something to you. When it is your turn, though, it's your turn, you have the option of doing a tactic, twitch, freebie, and or task. Tactics are your main actions, twitches are your indirect attack, or your indirect actions. Freebies are freebies, and tasks kind of extended. The idea is I want to fire a gun, I want to try to dodge an attack or get behind cover, or I want to yell at someone, call them a bitch. Yeah, so that's really what combat does. Everyone rolls. So, declare, spend, and resolve. What are you doing? You're buying rolls, resolving actions. Everyone does twitches and reactions and all that, and then you start dealing damage. So the idea is black is how much damage you did, and hit is always red. Now, that's kind of one of the things is like, how do I want to get damage is recorded directly at the damage that caused it. Let's roll random damage. Roll the black how much damage the PC takes rather than using the result of the failed twitch. The idea behind that is, let's say I roll a 6 on my black and a 3 on my red. That means I'm going to do 6 damage at location 3. Because all weapons and damage do exactly the same thing, effectively. Hitting you with a machete, effectively the same as me shooting you with a gun, except all it does is with the range. Yeah. I like the initiative system, though. I think it works. I like it. What about ties? Act the same. 2 characters act at the same time. This make for bloody shootouts or comical double knockouts. Alternative initiative. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's what you're doing most of the time is trying to survive. That's the big thing. Even getting shot once or twice can pretty much down you if you roll poorly enough. No movement or anything like that. Usefully vague. You're using action. Remember, you're going to be chugging fucking protein bars for doing anything because it's using rations. Rations, they are gassy below. They cannot buy a roll for physical skills until they refresh their charges. Yeah, you can technically... Well, you can refresh a number of charges during combat equal to the character's speed, but only works once. So you're literally by using their burning fat stores. Yeah, I don't... This is one of those bits where I think the system they're trying to use falls apart slightly. But yeah, that's 18 points of damage to the chest. So let's see. Damage always inflicted by determining the natural black. Spend 9 charges blasting away with a gun that turns B1 into R6. So it's going to do 1 damage to the left arm. The dice are always to calculate damage on a failed roll during twitches. PC fails in athletic with B5 plus 3, 5 points of damage go to the torso. Take her wisely, getting away with extra ration charge and skill. Fail a dodge on B9, ouch, that's 18 damage. Oof. That's pretty much it. There is locational damage. Death, crippling. In short, don't get crippled. That's the ultimate secret, kids. Don't get crippled. Bus rule, random damage. Generally speaking, getting hit even a little bit hurts. Filling up anything starts with these stun effects. It's like, oh, you're hobbled, you can't do anything until you're partially healed. You're winged, ooh, that's not very good. Hey, you're bleeding out all of a sudden. Hey, you're lamed, ow, you're dead. Because you've been fucking gutted because... Oof. All your friends are dead. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah, so we're moving through, blocking, covering, flanking. My favorite image in the whole game where it just looks janky as fuck. Full defensing. Anytime you want to do full defense or full offense is that you're converting your abilities into other things. but you can't really defend yourself if you're going full offense, nor can you go full defense, convert it back or do anything like that. You can loot the dead, rummage through people's pockets, steal their shit. Who fucking cares? Keep it. It's yours. You can pawn it off. Fuck yeah. Now, giving it advantages, like, most enemies are very simple. Like, this is the kind of thing with the hitboxes. Things are very simple. I do like the way they do most things. How many people are fighting? What's their armor look like? What's their equipment? What's their thing? However, anytime they fill, they're going to go down. Full-time characters have a little bit more per area, but not really. Yeah, like, really, they're not that extreme. Management characters are going to have a little bit more, but not. Yeah, serious antagonists and things like that. Generally speaking, you don't really need to worry about that. Having advantage on things is... I like the idea. I think the way they did it was a bit janky. The concept is anything you do is going to actually be a plus to the red or a negative to the black. It's just like, you decide. I would say make it a plus to the red. Plus to the red. That would be my thing, because it gives them a little bit more of a dynamic. It doesn't say like, hey, you suck because this person's better than you. It's, hey, this person is really fucking good, so you have to kind of counter him with how good you are. That's how I would do it. Various other advantages, abilities, bleh. Advantages and problems. I do like this line. Casualties, otherwise known as zombies, are not actually the antagonists. They're a force of nature, and they show up, they can be anywhere, they shamble around, they attack you, and generally speaking, they are just annoying. This is the issue. They are annoying. Ugh. Yeah, that's kind of the idea of, like, you need, like, latents and immune people are really valuable in frontline combat because, well, they can't get infected. That's good. One of the ideas, though, is, like, casualties are, well, zombies anyway, are so numerous and so ever-present that you're just throwing... They're more about, again, how do you work around the horde of zombies? How do we throw people into the problem? It's like, where are they, relatively speaking? They're seven distance away from you, and there's only 3 of them. So you can deal with them pretty well, but it's going to take time for them to shamble over to you, and they're always going to go last. But that's 1 zombie, that's 4 zombies, that's a dozen zombies, more and more and more keep showing up. And then you get things like stampedes, where if you have a stampede, you just die and you're just fucked. You know, B3, just like factors of 10. Ooh! This would be 1d10 plus 29 kill damage. Yeah, you get hit by a bad stampede, it's over. You're dead. Yeah. Vectors are freshly infected. Because most of the zombies in this one are... how do I want to word this? Most of the zombies are old zombies. They've been around for a few years. They're kind of dying out, but people can still turn into vectors. These are... violent hormonal response exercising certain sections with forming viral sinews. The infected person hemorrhages from every orifice as contagion begins seeding their body with its parasitic nervous system. So yeah, it's like vectors are spooky. They are dangerous. They have the hot strain. They're going to infect people, and they are going to they are going to kill you. That's kind of the idea. They are incredibly difficult. They are incredibly dangerous. And they are going to find you. So, murder modifier in life equal to the vector's in-life speed, afflicts the undead movement strength, equaling their advantage. Red bonus to the checks against PCs on skill checks. They can move murder modifier. Yeah, they can move their murder modifier. Yeah, they can add in a lot of damage, and they can kill you very quickly. Headshots kill it instantly. At same hit locations, all box in the torso and head have to be filled to kill the creature. Vector cannot bleed out. Killing a vector with anything but a headshot sends it into torpor, rising in casualty a few days. Yeah, latents that go vector. Yeah, that's why latents are scary, because when they die, they get back up and start sprinting at you. Yeah. Strong. Fuck this shit. They're spooky. They go very fast, they get very dangerous, and they fuck with you. That's the main thing, they fuck with you. But, this is the... If you have received kill damage from a casualty, vector, or a baron, pretty much spooky zombie, there is one of the few times roll the dice in secret. So, if red is higher than black plus strength, if black strength higher than red, is uninfected. If a critical failure, the character is naturally latent. If the critical success, the character is immune. People turning into vectors. Oh, the blight is explained more in the history of the crash. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of one of the ideas, less like, yeah, it's gods. They are... One of the ideas is that you are... If you get infected with a pure strain, the hot strain, you're going to go sicko mode. If you don't, it happens at a appropriate time, an appropriate moment. Hot bites, vectors, and aberrants. Combat turns equal to the red. Yeah, you can go sicko mode very quickly. Latents, take a shot or take the shot. Lanes also occur naturally due to some unpredictable flaw. Yeah, becoming latent is very scary. Yeah, characters become latent must immediately make a level 4 self-control check against the trauma threat. If the humanity damage doesn't result in a regret, takers somehow manage to move despite the agony. They do suffer regret is incapable of sensation of razor while crawling on their skin. Yeah. This vital thing wakes up. However, transformation occurs immediately after brain death. The body has no rigor mortis or decomposition to slow it down. Effectively, treat those foes as vectors in terms of strength and ability. So if your friend decides to... if your friend gets infected and is dying, hand him a grenade and run like hell. Like... Exposure to blight is so severe and immune, then only explanation is for survival. Take suppression to no effect. Early infection, placebo, and the real size transforming. That's just a goofy image. It's one of my favorite goofy image. Yeah, humanity is your ability to keep yourself there. They kind of do the idea of like, oh, well, you can go through regrets and there are problems and you start suffering if you're a bad person. But again, playing Jason Voorhees is an optimal character. Because you just go bonkers and no one cares. Yeah, there's a few in here that I'm like, oh. Power of connection, the cost of friendship. Because you remember, you got to pay everybody. You're paying your friends, right? Okay, so this is the negotiation mechanic. I'm going to try my best to explain the negotiation mechanic, because they do talk about how, yeah, furthermore, negotiations are about rhetoric, which is a unique skill set in the world of RPGs. Actual skill with a gun or melee weapon isn't rewarded in most games. Hell, considering medium's reliance on emulating other entertainment media, practical experience might actually hinder an action set. Yeah, red markets like to talk about red markets a lot. You see this? Uh, this is a left-wing meme. Uh, this is the most annoying fucking shit in the world, and I hate everyone who wrote this game. But we're not going to think about that. So I'm going to bring up the table. I'm going to try my best to explain it the best I can. So, this is the sway tracker. So, we have the client, the person hiring you, and you, the provider. Effectively, what you are doing is you are going back and forth, trying to sway the other to move where you want them to go. The client, obviously, doesn't want to pay you jack shit. They want to pay you, they want to pay you as little as physically possible. So they're doing things to effectively say, hey, I'm calling you out on this. I'm going to say sway 2 because I'm using a spot on you. We're moving down to hazard pay. So, and you might be saying, hey, we're going to be doing this. We're going to be doing sway 2 as well. Boom, boom. We're moving up to labor. If we succeed, we might fail. Things happen. The idea behind this mechanic is that you're going back and forth negotiating. And you might only have 3 rounds of doing this. You might have 2 rounds of doing this. You might have 5. And you're going back and forth constantly between the negotiator and the client. Now, things are happening though. People are going to be running scams. There's only going to be one negotiator and there's going to be one client in a room. That's effectively what it's going to be. You're going to be talking. You might have another guy pull a good cop, bad cop with them, but generally speaking, you may be wanting to do things to do something more. So they're like, hey, I know what we're going to do. I'm going to fuck with the person trying to undercut us. Because there's always going to be someone trying to undercut you, trying to get a better deal out of them. Be like, okay, hey, I'm going to undercut them. I'm going to make sure they can't undercut us anymore. And I'm going to fucking threaten them. Being like, hey, if you keep doing this, I'm going to break your fucking balls. Cool, and that succeeds. We don't have to worry about the undercutting anymore. Hey, we might be doing something. We might look into the client a little bit and figure out they have a family that they're really taking care of. A family in the recession. We want to do that. We want to use that. Every single thing you do, every single thing you say, and all the checks you make are actually building sway just as much as they're trying to build sway there. Eventually, both of these are going to come to an equilibrium point where you're going to say, hey, hazard pay is the way to go. One bounty, add 1 bounty per taker per leg of the hazard pay. You're going to get paid the full amount. You're going to pay to get the full pay amount. However, we're also going to pay you a bunch of hazard pay, and we're also going to pay your labor fees. We'll do all that. Okay, we're going to actually pay you your full expenses because that's important to us. No one pays upkeep. That's just in the price. We're paying upkeep because we managed to sway you that hard. That is effectively what you're doing. The worst thing you can do is as a favor. The worst thing as a favor is normally what you do is you roll your 2 dice. Let's roll your 2 dice, and that's your roll. So I rolled a 5 and a 3. That's 8. That's worth jack shit, really. It's a terrible deal. But if I'm just doing it as a favor, I would only be rolling it as a 5. It's terrible. At value, just whatever it is, supply and demand. However, we go real hard, bounty, there might be quite a few things in store for us. Different leadership die, roll the skill of the negotiator, references, all these different things. You're trying to negotiate with each other with this client. This is probably the most interesting part of the game. I do enjoy it. I think it's a good idea. I think the way they write it's a little bit funky, but I like the concept. You're trying to play on their spots. Because like your spots, they're trying to play on them. They might say, hey, you're fucking latent. I don't have to pay you jack shit. You are a walking fucking hazard. I'm not going to pay you. I'm going to pay you less because you are worth less. And then you can immediately retort back being like, the fact that you're working here where you are means that you're desperate enough to work with a lady. You need me. And it's like, oh no. Like, whoa. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, that's always kind of like, well, it's always kind of, you know, you're swaying people back and forth. I do like this rule. I think the rules here are fine. Things work a little bit non-linearly sometimes. I wish the scam section was a little bit more detailed. I think that could have been a little bit more interesting. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it just go by easier. Negotiate has been disastrous and I aren't even close to compromise. Or 2, boom rule. Make leadership chest. Failure brings it down. Even the dice are 3 boxes apart. Based off taker's sheer force, personality. Bust always goes down. Always go down to meet the taker. If they wanted more bounty, they should have pushed harder for it. Yeah. After negotiation, undercutting people. Yeah, undercut people and be a dick. You know, fight people on it. You kind of see the full. You just kind of see they're going back and forth. Like, hey, we're doing this. Well, I succeeded at that. Now you're getting pushed back. Well, I'm making a good pull there. Well, he's making a good pull there. We're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Fixers, though, you can do fixers. Fixers fuck your day up and pay a lot. So, a lot of shades of red. This is a lot of the market versus GM. They're kind of talking more about like this how to run the game, how to make jobs, how to make, you know, things. Priced supply, actual supply demand curve. I don't know why they have that. You want to find the equilibrium price. Yeah, contracts, ventures, and service. They talk about a lot of these things. Yeah. Economy and extended play. Market's running extended campaigns only have to answer the economy questions at once. Fleshing out enclaves covers all the necessary materials more, since campaigns based around the taker's home enclave only changes the PC to show on the road or migrate. Kind of the idea is like, no god cruel enough to rule the loss. His name is capitalism. But through the apocalypse of forgotten heights of exploitation. Yeah, furthermore, autonomy based solely off the desperate form of disaster capitalism, so the effects of different economies. Yeah, you want to do a mixed economy, laissez-faire economies, controlled economies. You just write up different clients, why are clients doing things. Working with friends, working with enemies, kind of the idea. It's kind of the idea with job lines as well. I'm kind of rushing through this bottom section here because that's kind of what the idea is. The idea behind contracts are more extended services. They're more extended things, just similar to like the job lines. You're finding multiple jobs that go together. Unironically, here's the thing. Unironically, if you've played Shadowrun before, you probably know how to do a Johnson already. Yeah, if you know how to play a Johnson, you probably already know how to play the client system pretty well. Because that's what it is. It's effectively playing Mr. Johnson. The weird thing is, there's also the full, like, hey everyone, you want to do the work-life balance and building opportunities and business creating stuff? I talk about it. Interludes and shit like that. A lot of this is just GM stuff, so I'm not really going to focus on that too much because I don't need to. I think one of the big things, I want to summarize my opinion on Red Market. Red Market is trying too hard. If you want me to be brutally honest, Red Markets is trying way too hard. It's trying to be like, oh, well, we're yeah, capitalism is bad, man. It's a poverty simulator. But I'm like, how do I want to word this? You kind of fight yourself a little bit on the way by making everything miserable. It's a weird way, it's a weird thing to say, but everything being so fucking horribly miserable, you never give anyone to participate in the economy. Outside of being these contractors who, well, you never have enough money. You can never spend it on anything because you're all dirt poor, fucking miserable people. It's like, but why? Like, how do I want to word this? Everything should have a cost. Every bullet should feel like it's impactful. There should be an economy at work, but there really isn't. That's the thing. It really isn't an economy because it's like, why bother working? It's how do I want to word this? Feeling how everything is so randomized. You don't feel like you're working for an economy. You feel like you're working for an item list. And that item list is so small, unless you buy the expansion, of course, or by someone else. It feels very tight of what it is. That handgun isn't a handgun. It could be anything you want it to be. And I can spend an adaptability and refresh the entire thing and have a full handgun again. Or I have to, anytime I use a machete, I have to eat 5 protein bars to swing it. That is such a weird thing. And I don't know, how do I want to word this? I don't know why it won't let you play a fucking monster. It's a weird thing to say, but I'm curious to why red markets won't let you play an absolute monster who embraces this lifestyle. Which I'm surprised they didn't. It's like everything is just miserable. Everyone is miserable in this game. No one is happy. There's no one saying like, I am making the big bucks, baby. I think that kind of... sorry, I'm fucking dying here. I think that kind of doubles back into a point I made much earlier, which is red markets likes to talk about itself. Red markets like to say, well, here in red markets, we believe in all these statistics about how poverty is really bad. We know poverty is bad. You don't need to tell us poverty is bad. You don't need to tell us this. And I remember I was talking with Ethical, actually. Ethical isn't here, I don't think so. But Ethical made a very interesting point, comparing it to Disco Elysium and in turn his game. Which, by the way, I don't know what the name of this fucking game is anymore, but check out Ethical's game for grind setting in the 25th century or whatever. One of the interesting ideas about Disco Elysium, his game, is the idea of drugs. Maybe wondering, what do I mean by drugs? Drugs only benefit you. There's nothing wrong with taking a drug. Only benefits. And you may be saying, what do you fucking mean only benefits? Drugs are terrible for you, but not right now. That's all that matters right now. In red market, taking drugs is terrible because it's money being wasted. And what I'm trying to get across here is that red markets should embrace the fact that it is a capitalism simulator. It is a horrible capitalism poverty simulator where you are a bunch of grind setters fighting tooth and nail to get up. You should feel like an asshole. And the idea in the back of your head should always be, what if? What if we do something bad? What if we do? These guys undercut our contract. We're completely undercut. We got nothing out of this. What if we just fucking kill them? What do you mean, what do we kill them? What if we go out there, we ambush them, we kill them, we take their shit, we pawn it off. We also collect the bounty. We also collect the money off here. Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. I'm surprised there aren't more like just like gigs, effectively, this random job. I think there probably is if you look at the random job, but everything's client-based and everything's kind of bigger and grander. Ugh. But one of it's just one of those ideas that everything feels I want to feel like me making the choice to bring an empty gun to this is valid, because bringing an empty gun is I have a gun and you don't. But having a gun costs 2. Well, that's bad. But having a gun, what does having a gun mean? Having a gun means that I might have a bullet in that gun. Having a gun might mean I have a bullet in that gun and I'm willing to shoot you with. There's one thing I learned a long time ago when it came to motifs and themes. And the big thing with motifs and themes is you never tell the audience what the theme is. You never say it. You can never say in your work, well, this is a theme, this book is about this. No, you never do. Because suddenly, it loses all its power. It loses all of its power. Red Markets tells you the theme legitimately on the first fucking page almost. Capitalism bad. That's what we've learned. Capitalism bad. Now, let me just do some recontextualizing. Red Markets, game of economic horror. We don't mention it's not a poverty simulator. No, of course not. This is the gig economy of the zombie apocalypse. You are making bank doing terrible shit over the border. What's your main gig? You're takers. You go out to a thing, you deliver a thing, you eat people. It's your main job is effectively as a freelance delivery service, effectively. You're the guys who they throw shit over the wall, you deliver shit, and it goes back and forth. You work for the big corp, the big science guys. And that's a big thing. It's like Stalker almost. It's kind of like you're in there not because you want to be, but because you have to be. We don't bring up the fact of like, well, here's the economies of scale situation. Here's the well, here's what poverty does to people. No. You'd never bring that up. You never bring up humanity. You never bring up detachment. You never bring up any of that shit. You bring up the fact that you have people who care about you and who want money from you. You have references. You have people who you always need to pay for. Well, grandma needs money because grandma's hungry. Well, we want to feed grandma. Well, if we want to feed grandma, we're gonna need fucking money. How are we gonna feed grandma? What's the value of grandma? Well, grandma can, does things for us. She is a valuable friend to the family. She's a family member and we care about her, and she also makes us food. She lets us live in her house. It's kind of that idea that you constantly reinforce. You are always on that grind and you always feel tempted to save money or do something terrible to get more money. Go to the doctor? No. Why would I go to the doctor? Doctors are expensive. However, I can take these painkillers and ignore all the damage. It's not gone. I just ignore the penalties. For this mission, I don't have to worry about the fact that I've taken damage. When I get back, I'm going to be coughing up blood and I'm going to be half dead, but it doesn't matter. You're always relying on something. Get rich quick schemes. You're always going to be fighting forward. I'm feeling sad today. Well, I'm going to be taking drugs to, fill that gap in my heart. I want to spend shit on useless bullshit because that's all we need to do. We are getting ahead in life by spending bullshit. How do I get more, how do I boost my rep? Well, I'm going to buy everybody. I'm going to make a shit ton of money and I'm going to blow it. I'm going to blow all that fucking money on nothing. Because now I'm the guy who's got money. I'm the guy who needs money all of a sudden as well. That's who I am. It's that constant sense that you want to build up, but it's the constant grind that you can't. Unless you start doing things that are ethically questionable. Well, we can do this job for this evil company that is full of fucking evil people, but we fundamentally know as players that these guys are fucking evil. No. But then it's like, well, they are paying well. Maybe we can afford to do that. You're going to review 2E2? If there's significant changes, I might, but That kind of thing. If there were significant changes, I might, but if not, I probably won't. But yeah, that's Red Markets has a bunch of interesting ideas. I just don't like the writing very much. Because the writing gets a little preachy at points. And I mean preachy as in less the idea of preachy as in like you're a bad person, but more like here's what this is what poverty is. You don't know what poverty is? You don't know what living is. It's like fucking David Cage and People in Poverty. That is Red Markets, everyone. David Cage's philosophy on poverty. Where your value as a human being is directly proportional to the amount in your bank account. Otherwise known as if you have less money, if you have less money in your bank account, you are fundamentally a better person. That's not the case at all, but all right, time for some CBT, everyone. Get ready. Unicorn Hospital. Okay, no, we want to do tabletop game. Let's do this. Oh. Giant ogres. A coven. Hotel exorcist. Compound 49. Oh no. Oh no. A lot of STLs. A lot of STLs and board games. Horror RPG, haha! Horror RPG, baby. Nimbleco, streamlining your 5e game. I gotta see that. Of course I do. NPC characters. Oh. Donald Trump. Fun for the whole family. Hi, Don Rudo. Hello, Don Rudo. How are you? Midnight Monarchy. Wow. Container Shipyard. Woo. Oh. Notorious. No. Oh, wow. And now I just feel sad because there's nothing here. It's just 5e shit board games. Oh yeah, Goobop Banwa finally dropped on here. Yeah, I do actually have Goobop Banwa, so I'll have to double check to make sure that it's the real Goobop. Old ways must go. What? Oh, this way, right here. Yeah, let's click that. Let's see. Goobop Banwa. What do you want to play? Goobop Banwa. Goobop Banwa. Hold on, I want to play Goobop Banwa. Olay. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's not a good start. True D6, ASCII-based table D6 and your awesome nerdiness. Oh no. Oh. Let's go through it. Cybernetics attack for your C-Sec outlaw. Yeah, CU supplement for CU Space Cowboy. What the fuck is CU Space Cowboy? What the fuck is that? We went over like June 2024. CU Space Cowboy. TTRPG. CU Space. I've never heard of this before. Let's see. Abbreviated Kusk. Why is it Kusk? Inspired by PBTA, Savage World, West End Games. Oh. Weird, right? I mean, I'll maybe looking for it. Looks like he's adding more stuff to it though. New bounties. That's cool. Go get him, Tiger. And backing 103 fucking Kickstarters, but why? All right, cool. Live inside. What's up? Wow, look everybody, it's another zombie game. Amidst the apocalypse. Everything your gaming group to survive. Been in development in 2017. Think of 5e but with higher risk level dice pool system. What? Such a weird. Feel for fans of 5e. Oh, no, we're going away. Nimble, streamlining your 5e game. I gotta learn. Rules, light rules. Tell me more. I want to know about Nimble. Nimble 5e. What are we changing, everyone? What are we changing? Or tactical decision without fiddly bookkeeping. It's Nimble. What are you changing? I want to know. I want to know. We're going to hit rolls. It says the attacker made a disadvantage. What? Oh, you know what's not very fun in D&D, its combat system? Attacking people. Like, oh, all right, that's an option. That definitely is a thing that you... All right, we're gaming. Goobop boom. Hello, goobop boom. Hello. Oh, this was straight through Makapatang. Wow. Very interesting. So, yeah, we technically have Goobop Banwa. Sort of have Goobop Banwa, but also not have Goobop Banwa. Yeah, tactical martial arts fantasy. I thought I already had this game. I wonder if this is just the new... I guess this is just the hardcover version of the game. Wuso! Wuso! Boy, I love catalogs. See you. Where you see a man, I see 4. Notepad, the maid game starts in an hour. I just saw that. You know, outdated carrying old tomes, deepening your relationship with tarot and each other. Story of the game. Okay, good. We got some Kino. Camp Blood. Let's... Alright. Eric You make a lot of these things. I know you do. And they're always the exact same game. By Felipe de Silva. Okay. I think he does a lot of things for people overseas. Yeah, he's got a style. I give him credit. He's got a style, and that's all you can really ask for. Yeah, because I'm like, I know that name. He's already made this game. Alright, based. Alright, cool. He's just making another game. Yeah, actually. So it's the same game but just different. Alright, based. D6, it's ASCII. Get it? Because it's funny. It's ASCII and that's nerdy. I'm tired. Let's see. There's gotta be something here, right? That's Modifius. Spider Alley Ghost of Kiev Special Edition. Oh no. Wait a second. I know that artwork. What the fuck? I know that artwork. Wonder if that's like a free... I wonder if this is like a free piece of art or something, because that was from Rift Breakers. Yeah, this is from Rift Breakers. Unless Rift Breakers took the art, that's kind of weird, unless it's like a free piece of art. I guess that could be the case. Kind of weird, though. This is the finalized edition of Gooba. Seriously, please add Sesh. Nah, it's funnier. I mean, I'm assuming that it's like a free art piece someone put out on, and that they were just used, which is amusing in their own right. Unless they're the same person. They are in the same area, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're just working together. Both of them from Southampton. Fastcore. Piglet. Feudal Japan. Night Cage. Shrieking Hollow. Imperial Storm. The Sickest Witch. Every day I wake up. Okay, I'm not... You know what? We tried... I'm trying... I think we did. I think, you know, we're... I think we've seen enough. Get it? People are paying $773 for that, by the way. A fucking Honey Heist, but 13 Hebrews and a cursed TRPG. Alright, there's already enough accursed Hebrews I know of. Okay, let's check. What cool new games are... Okay, we've got the dramatic mission. They don't even call it a mission. They call it a Lancer narrative. Yeah, it's a Lancer narrative now, everyone. Virtual tabletop free games. Yeah, so that's... Let's see, there's gotta be something cool, right? Gonna be some cool games for the cool world we live in. People want me to go over Fist, by the way. People really want me to go over Fist. So I might do that. I might talk about Fist. Because Fisting's $300. Homebrew expansion. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alliance, a galactic game of heist and rebellion. Inspired by Firefly, Blake 7, and Cowboy Bebop. But why? Alright, I mean, I'm in. Fuck it. And, like, legitimately, anything that is better than the actual official Cowboy Bebop RPG, I'm down with. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Fucking kill you. Sorry, my body is reacting violently to things I don't like. My brain is melting as that occurs, you know, as one does when encountering something that they dislike. Man, there's nothing. I think I'm going to be done doing it. Oh goodness. Why are you linking this to me? Oh no. Collect fantastical power to conspiracy against corporate meddling and crime against good people. Alternate future Web 2.0 evolved into all of your wildest childhood dreams. Play as Fusers, augmented reality game project by collecting monster fusions and fusing them into your body. I'm in. This is goofy enough. Guru Lemon, goddess of athleisure. I mean, this looks goofy enough. I'm in. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. You know, let's. I'm not paying you $10 fucking for it. That's hilarious. Yeah, you really. Oh, what the fuck did you? Like, what the fuck did you? Shaggy. Shaggy, I need help. Reggie, please. Lancerito, we don't need Sesh. Key was literally able to schedule a game with 0 pro. Lancerito, that's the one. Look down. No. Yeah. Siren Song, like it, the fact that it's a Lancer narrative, what people said his edition was a wee bit overpowered. People didn't give him death threats. I can guarantee you one of those things. Probably what occurred was someone said this is overpowered and he had an emotional breakdown because of his beautiful thing. But remember, everyone, maybe they just make things that are so awesome that we don't have to worry about anything. In other news, as we end off this stream, I added a new thing to this list because I've lost control of my life. I added this. I got inspired last night. This is what happens when I read things I don't much care for, is that I get inspired, and thus we have the Red Market, a super ultimate organ harvesting selling grind set simulator. Because do you know how many organs are in the human body? Quite a few, actually. We can sell those. And thus, see, this is the beautiful thing, is that all we need to do is just make it so that you just have to collect body parts from. That's the entire game, is just be on that ultimate grind set, try and get as many body parts as you can. Notepad got put into a list. What? It's fine. It's a game idea. Well, you don't like Baraka Max? Yeah, I think some of these would probably get me in there in a few different places. Still trying to figure out what the dad game RPG is. Bridge Commander. I think I know how to do Bridge Commander. Just a fucking nightmare doing it. One day I might just sit down and be like, you know what time it is? I think it's time for me to go. Just sit down and we're just gonna go over all these ideas and just write some of them out. Just to do things, because I enjoy doing that. I need to make another Sprugazine one of these days, but I've been too busy making PDFs of everything, so that's been going on there. Generally speaking, next week. What's going on next week time? Most likely, what'll occur next week is we are going to be doing the Marvel Multiverse game. That's one thing I do want to do. I want to do the Marvel Multiverse. Then probably then at that point, there's a couple ideas of what to do. I might do Contacts, but that might be its own kind of big thing. I might do the Clay That Woke as well, kind of like a nice little palette cleanser. Little short video, probably on Tuesday, probably on Wednesday to come out. Just a little palette cleanser. Just so I can make terrible jokes about fucking horrible things going on with people's love life. You know how it goes. QN was onto something. If Yandan got contacted by the FBI for his shit, imagine your situation. Well, the thing is, I do have a very reasonable thing to say with it. The entire concept being, here's a game called The Red Market about being anti-capitalist, communist zombie hunters. I'm just like, yeah, here's a game called The Red Market about the horrors of the red market. In the 3 different ways of the red market kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, we can, again, you never state what the theme is. Never state what the theme is. That's the worst thing you can do. The best thing you can do is have them realize something horrible as they're engaging with your product. Hey, wait a second. This is really bad what you're doing here. What you're proposing is insane, and you shouldn't engage with it. Because that was like what I did with, fucking not Heroes Valor Me. That's a completely different game. Dancing in the Glory of Glancing in the Glory of Monsters, in Witch Doctors and War Crimes. It's not that. It's Dancing in the Glory of Monsters, but it's not that game. I can't remember the fucking names though. My time is my Boots in Mud. Boots in Mud had an entire thing in the original version called War Crimes. You could commit war crimes very easily in that game. You were encouraged to do such. Actually, you were heavily encouraged to commit a fucking war crime. However, there was one thing stopping you. One thing stopping you in the game about committing a war crime, and it was the inconvenience that no one could actually take that location anymore. However, I wanted to get across the idea that the fact that it is optioned, and it is that constant sense, that prisoner's dilemma of the first person to do something, to perform an atrocity, make sure that every subsequent atrocity is just less bad. Because well, they did it, so that means we can do it. Because that we're doing it against them. They're the bad guy. That's what I wanted to get across. I'm like, this is a horrible situation, and all it takes is just one person making a call to kind of send this whole spiraling situation. But thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. Hopefully you had a fun time today. We talked about the red market. We talked about a few games. Zombies are not going anywhere. My guess is that we'll see I'd say we're going to see another zombie resurgence in about, I'd say a few years, about 3-4 years. We'll see kind of a zombie thing come up again. Unironically, this is going to sound weird, but it'd be like COVID nostalgia zombies. Which is a weird thing to say, but yes, COVID nostalgia is a thing already. But yeah, no, it'll it'll be that way. I have a good feeling. Next week is going to be some goofy games. Hopefully we get to work on Black Wizard spell more. Tomorrow we might work on Black Wizard spell if depending on how long my game goes. If it's real late, we probably won't. But if it's not, I can justify it. Let's think. Anything else fun and exciting? No, I don't think so. Thank you all for watching. Hopefully you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you in another time.